All right, testing the microphone. We should be good to go. All right, 2. Here we go. Let's get it. If you're checking out the video after the live stream is over with, you can go ahead and skip the intro. I do the intro so people can have time to come in during the live stream. OCO, everyone. I'm doing a mic check real quick. OCO, how y'all doing? Hold on, let me turn that down. Let me hit myself real quick. 1, 2. Can y'all hear me out there real good? We good? OCO, Boss Styles. How you, sis? Mic sounds good. Okay, loud and clear. Choctaw Montana in the building. What's going on, y'all? All right. Hold on. Let me cut this cell phone off now. I don't have to listen to that. The mic check is good. Ayana, thank you for being a member for 2 months. Amina, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that. Lord Sleepy, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate that. I'm gonna drop a bomb for y'all. Let me tighten everything up on my end. We getting started today. This may be a little lengthy, so I might want to buckle up. I'm gonna make up for the fact that I'm an hour and some change late. Don't say 2. OCO, Steven, I see you. Mr. Do, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that, Mr. Do. And Deidre Church, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that. I'm dropping a bomb for y'all. OCO, everyone in the chat. Y'all know I love y'all. Miss Mellon in the building. What's up, Miss Mellon? How are you? Melvin in the building. I see Carlos Park, GA. Who that? October in the house. What's going on, October? Sister Imani in the building. I see you, Imani. Pick up. What up, Brooklyn? Corey Jones, I appreciate that, brother. Let me drop a bomb for Corey Jones. Thank you for the donation, brother. Eric Jones in the building. I see you. Dallas, Texas. What's up, Dallas, Texas? How you? Queen Head Diva, 13%. Yes, ma'am. Patricia Cooper, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that. GQ in the building. What's going on? What's up, Glock? Rasta Man, I see y'all. Brandon, what's going on? OCO. OCO, Memphis. Detroit, Michigan. Reading, PA. Pooler, PA. No, excuse me. Pooler, Georgia. Correction, Pooler, Georgia. Farmville, VA. My wife working on my coffee right now, okay? So don't y'all worry. Shout out to my wife, you know. Farmville, VA, Dallas, Texas, Richmond, VA, VA in the house. I see y'all. Chi-Town in the building. Memphis Teen in the building. Who that? Sacramento, California in the building. Vernita, Milwaukee, Wisconsin in the building. Oh, she said her name. She tried. What's up, Vernita? McKinney, Texas in the building. Nola in the building. What's up, New Orleans? Yeah. OCO Brandon, what's going on? Choctaw, Montana in the building. OCO, brother, how you? Birmingham, Alabama. Houston, Texas. South Central, LA. Teague, who? Hold on, that man that went by so quick. Say that one more time. Let me see that one more time. I never heard of that area. Charlotte, North Carolina. South Mississippi. Turtle Island, that's right. Turtle Island, that's right. Oklahoma City. Oklahoma in the building. South Jersey. Louisiana. Mooresville, North Carolina. Oh man, this thing. Okay. Montgomery, Alabama. Highland Park. Detroit in the building. Teague, Texas. Okay, there you go. What's going on, Texas? Where is that at? Where is that at? Level Land, Texas? Ooh, these are places I never heard of in Texas. Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Twin Cities, Minnesota. Chi-Town, what's up, Chicago? St. Louis in the building. Gary, Indiana in the building. Indigenous Minds, what's going on? Niji Warrior, OCO. Come on, babe. You good. I already let them know that you was bringing up the coffee. Come here, Pooh, real quick, because I know you busy. I know you about to. Can you holler at them real quick? I'm sorry. Real quick. You can just say OCO. You ain't got to say nothing. No. Look, there's still countdown.
OCO.
That's it?
Yeah, I gotta go.
All right. I appreciate that. Somebody going with you? Okay. I got my phone near me, okay? I have my phone near me. Okay. Yeah, hey, it's live, baby. You gonna get everything live. So, ain't no shame in our game. Chi-Town, what's going on? Colorado in the building. Amina, thank you. I appreciate that, sister. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And Grover Phillips, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that. And I Dodged the Trap gifted one membership. I appreciate that. Shout out to y'all. That's similar to donating, but that's allowing people to become members of the channel, and I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And Chosen for Greatness, thank you for, you know what? I remember that. I remember I was trying to get that right the first time, but now I can see it for some odd reason. That is saying Chosen for Greatness. Shout out to you, sister. Thank you for your donation. And welcome back, by the way. How you? Jennifer Smith, thank you for becoming a member, sister. I appreciate that. I dodged the trap again, gifting memberships. I appreciate that. Let me drop a bomb for doubling up. Don J. I appreciate that, Don J. Thank you. Thank you for being generous, brother. I appreciate that. Yeah, Wild India's in the building. That's right, all your days. OCO roster, what's going on? Los Angeles in the building. East Capitol in the building. Johnny Jones, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that. Wait. My chat just, okay, there you go. Now it's coming back. Hold up. A couple of things happening. There you go. Now it's catching up. Shauna Wright, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that. Thank you. $3,000 Degrees, been a member for 37 months. Woo!
Set it on fire. Fire. Fire.
OCO, brother, how you? I appreciate you, brother. DMV in the building. That's DC, Maryland, and Virginia. What's going on, y'all? Queen Hair been a member for 5 months. I appreciate that, sister. Thank you. Amina gifted 1 membership. I appreciate that, sister. Thank you for being so generous. Ashley Martin, thank you for becoming a member. Bishop Sean John, I appreciate that. Thank you for the donation, brother. I appreciate that. Thank you. Drop a bomb for the brother. If y'all can, please show some love to those that show love. You know, especially in the chat. Let them know we home. Rocky Mountain, North Carolina. Man, that's probably what's the weather right now? What's the weather right now? Matter of fact, how's y'all weather going? Like, I know it's a lot of, you know, I mean, because we experienced some things too that was crazy weather. You know, they still messing with the weather. How's everything? I mean, we supposed to be hot right now, right? What's going on, y'all? Y'all, is it cloudy, raining, thunderstorming? When it's technically supposed to be like 80, 90, we supposed to be in shorts. It's raining in Suffolk, VA. Windy and cold, very bipolar in Georgia. Yeah, they can't make up their mind. Yeah, in Kentucky, hold up. Oh, whoa. Man, this thing jumped. I can't, hold up. Now I might have to put this on slow mode. This thing jumped so hard right there. 2-3 times, it's jumping. I can't even, I'm trying to catch up. Hold up. Devin Hamilton, I appreciate that, brother. Thank you for becoming a member. And Secret Balance Thoughts Burn, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that. And Helena Christopher, thank you for your donation, sister. I appreciate that. Trucker T Money, thank you for your donation, brother. I appreciate that. And Nora Scott, thank you for your donation. I appreciate that. I'm dropping the bomb for y'all. Y'all being generous out there. I appreciate that. Hold on. Come on, don't lag. All right, here we go. Hold on, I gotta move it down. There you go. Hold up. It's gonna stay right here. Let me give me a second. Let me switch screens, but let me try to quickly do this before they try to make this mess up. It's a family thing. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that, sister. And Amanda Vaughn, thank you for your donation. I appreciate that, sister. Choctaw, Montana, 22 months as a member. Hope all is well. Gratefully humbled to be a part of the change and a part of the Calloway Need You Awakening. I'm actually thankful that you're here. Choctaw, Montana, I appreciate that. Thank you for being who you are. Continue to be great as well. We're gonna do it together. Hold on, y'all. Let me switch these screens real quick.
OCO, freethinkers. You're now tuned into the realest historian on the planet.
This brother, he is raising some serious questions.
He's here to make you think.
What I'm trying to do is get our people to understand that we have been lied to all the way around about our history. Can you name any other group of people, no matter their skin complexion, that are being labeled primarily as the name of two continents? Not two countries, two continents.
It's up.
That is called a misnomer, which is the act of applying a wrong name to some person or thing.
The best teacher you wished you had in school. Have your pens and paper handy and get ready to take notes.
I want y'all to check out somebody named Dane Calloway.
Dane Calloway?
Look into Dane Calloway. He has a lot of information about how this whole shit was told in reverse. Okay? Where they say, oh, we came from Africa over here. No, a lot of us was already here.
And information that was put together by a man by the name of Dane Calloway, who is also questioning the slave trade. And he's done some remarkable videos on the history of the slave trade in the United States. And he's gone back down the food chain and gone back down the line, and he's realized that a lot of the so-called African Americans in the United States are not African at all. They're actually Native Americans, because the slave trade did not happen the way we were told that it happened.
It's Dane Calloway.
Go and watch this man's channel, man. This dude is phenomenal.
I'm not saying African American because they're not African American. They're the Aboriginals because they were the true Native Americans.
Set it on fire.
They're the copper colored race. Look up Dane Calloway and watch his fucking shows. That man, Dane Calloway on YouTube, oh my God. He is fucking beyond brilliant. The research he does, whoo, he goes way deep into this shit.
Relax and take notes.
It's Dane Calloway on I'm Just Here to Make You Think Radio.
Turn it up. Look, 100 years after 100 years, they done lied to us about this and that. Told us all we from Africa. Fiction characters turned into facts. Heard you tell me, then it was not. No goddamn well that trick was capped. My wife and I wrote a book about it. It's a book with knowledge, evidence, and fact. And my other books got them haters shook, cause it's helping my people take a closer look at their backgrounds and the background, showing my people where they supposed to look. Showing my people where they get it from, where they hit it from, all sorts of angles. When it comes to this research, you must please first, don't trust strangers. Find out all of your own is what I highly recommend and suggest. And if you looking for answers and content about me, I highly recommend you the best. Which is my website at the link you see just across the screen. Don't let it miss you. I make it simple. I double down on that black and white. It's too official. Hey, okay. Yeah. Couple of close people tell me were let me move this mic a little bit more. Couple of close people told me was asking me to adjust that intro, so I adjusted it. And also shout out to M16, he made that beat as well. A lot of those intro beats that you hear, including the intro beat that I'm rapping on, he made all of it. And my outro, shout out to M16, man. Looking out. And there's a few things that I wanted to get into. Actually, it's gonna be a lot, y'all. This probably, I might set a record here depending on how things go. Like I'm talking about as far as the channel is concerned, because I have so many things to cover. This is probably going to be over 3 hours long. And I know people are like, what? But what I'm going to do, I'm going to make sure that I edit certain parts out and make them their own videos because there's so many things that I have to cover in this, but you know, according to the topic. Why do imposters pretend to be us only when it's convenient for them? And I don't want to miss nothing, but you know me, I probably will add stuff to it later, and you know, so you may want to buckle up if you go. Look, I'm not playing. If you want to go grab some popcorn, are you eating dinner? I'm gonna keep everything respectful. I'm not gonna go overboard and nothing like that. Like especially if your family's there, and hey, this is gonna be very educational, okay? So let me make sure I shout those out that I missed during that part when the intro was coming. And 1 second, let me go right here. And it was ASR VIP. Thank you for gifting 5 memberships, brother. I appreciate that. And Chosen for Greatness. I appreciate that, sister. You didn't have to do that. I appreciate that, sister. Thank you. Oyenka. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Tell me in the comment. Tell me in the chat if I am. Oyenka. I believe that's how you pronounce it. That's what it looks like to me. I could be mispronouncing it. I hope I'm not. But thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that. And Mav Deuce 1, thank you for being a member. OCO, Hartford, Connecticut, sending love. OCO, shout out to Hartford, Connecticut. I appreciate that, y'all. It's somebody's happy solar return to Choctaw, Montana in the building. Wait, oh yeah, that's right. That's right. You did say that. Hey.
Perfect.
Set it on fire.
Choctaw, Montana. We appreciate you, brother. We appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Another year added. You got more wiser. You ain't get older, you just got wiser. That's all. That's all. Another lesson learned. More stories to tell. More things to teach to the children. Huge blessing. Huge. I'm sure you already happy, so I don't gotta say happy birthday. We just gonna say shout out to your mom. Shout out to Big Chief. You see what I'm saying? Without her. See, that's why I want people to respect, especially the women and their family members, in their family in general, because the women who are the mothers, like for real, let's be real. It wouldn't be no us without them. I mean, that helps the generations to grow. Of course, we do our part too, as far as the men, we make it happen. You know what I mean? Like you put two things together, keeping it professional here. You can read it between the lines. But yeah, that's why I liked when James Brown was he said this is a man's world, but it wouldn't be nothing without a woman or a girl. That's true, I should sing it for y'all, but I ain't gonna do it. Mothers, I hold them up high. I know a lot of people don't, as far as their religious belief, they believe the man should be held up high. I mean, I agree. I mean, it should be equal, but at the same time, we're the producers, they're the directors. That's how I look at it. Ocio Levante. Ocio, brother Levante in the building. Drop a bomb for my brother. So we about to get started. A dub Dabujo. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that. Jacqueline, thank you for your donation, sister. I appreciate that. C Generic, thank you for becoming a member. And Sincere, thank you for becoming a member. Yeah, I appreciate y'all showing love to Choctaw Montana in the chat. Those of you that are celebrating your birthday, your solar return here, we do show love. If you share the same birthday, say something, shout it out. We'll shout you out. Not a problem. We appreciate you being here. Like-minded people on top of that. So I gotta get started early because of what we're about to cover. There's so many things that I want to mention in this. That's how I know I'm gonna get on myself once I'm finished with this live stream. But the first thing I gotta get into is a couple of things that you all were unaware of that was taking place behind, you know, certain groups, you know, as far as them claiming themselves to be Native American. Let me tell you what happened. If you could recall, if you've been a subscriber to the channel for quite some time, I went live, like, I believe that happened a year or two ago. I forgot when I put, there's a video that I'm referring to here, but I went live informing everyone that I'm getting ready to put out a documentary on what the term Native American was all about, the history of it in full detail. Because there was a lot of people out there claiming that we, as far as the Niji is concerned, as far as the American Indians are concerned, they were claiming that we wanted to be like Native Americans. And that's a totally false narrative. Now, certain people still today will still say Native Americans as far as the terminology is concerned because they're being politically correct, but technically that's not even politically correct, and that's what I exposed. Now, those that are called Native Americans or want to consider themselves Native Americans, not all of them are upset with me, not all of them. It's about a small little portion of them that were upset with me for putting out this information. They didn't want that to come out. And they were mad. They started turning their nose up to me and, you know, oh, don't listen to him. He's this and he's that. And then there's this one particular individual. Actually, there's a few individuals that think that I'm not going to respond. I'm getting ready to respond right now. Buckle up. But there's one particular one I'm getting ready to point out right now in the first video that I'm getting ready to play to give you a refresher of where these people's mindsets were, okay? How they were basically talking very similar to me, but when I went in further detail of where that term came from and the reason why we should not be considering ourselves that generic term because it's a representation of foreigners. Nobody who is indigenous to this land should be considering themselves Native or Native American. I'm going to get into that later on during the live stream. In fact, we're going to go over that in detail, but during, you know, later on in the live stream. I think at the top of this, I want to show you guys what's going on. So this one particular individual, you may have seen this video, you may have not, but I'm just going to let this play because I need your memory to be refreshed on what was being said here. So let me get this right now. And I'm gonna let this play. We're gonna go over this and then I'm gonna go over another video right after this. And I wanna show you that I'm seeing y'all. Okay, people are sending me y'all stuff. Those of you that were upset with me because of the fact that I exposed what that is, what Native American is. That is not my fault. I'm letting you know that. That's not my fault. What I'm putting out is the information that is already existing, that is publicly verifiable, that can be traced and tracked, and I dare you to do it. Don't get mad at me because the truth is being exposed. The truth is being revealed. Don't get mad at me because it's more of my people becoming fully aware that we were lied to about everything dealing with us when it comes to our actual history. I am not letting my foot off the gas pedal. I told you before that it is super glued to the gas pedal. I'm going to bring it. So regardless of what you may say and claim that Dane is this and Dane is that, that would not matter. I'm still going to put the truth out, no matter if you like it or not. So I'm going to play this original video. Once again, some of you may be familiar with this. There's a gentleman by the name of Jay, aka Nightwolf Winters, or Waters, I forgot his last name, one or the other. And some of his following, some of his family members follow me. And I know this to be true. So once again, you should have reached out to me before it got to this point. Brother, I'm talking to you, Nightwolf. You should have reached out to me, and I gave you enough time to reach out to me. Way more than enough time. Now, I'm going to respond, and there's other people I'm going to be responding to. Buckle up. You going to be the start. Let's play. Now, this is before this was, what year was this? This was this video was being aired during Farrakhan's last Million Man March. This was around the same time when Kennedy Jr. was exposing the vaccines as well. He was doing that. All of this was being played on like a big projector screen to everybody in Washington, D.C. Now, I'm not talking about, oh man, since he did a few Million Man marches. I believe this was 2016. Somebody said 2015. But this was being aired, okay? So, I mean, to a lot of people. So just watch this and listen closely to what's being said.
I was up in Pine Ridge with Russell Means at the Sundance.
One of my dearest friends.
I took my wife and my son. My son knew how to go in the wilderness and build a tent where they stayed. I watched my wife. They put a blanket over her arm because she has Indian roots. And they danced. My wife had never danced. But there she was with the women
in the circle
of the Sioux Oglala Nation. And I watched my wife reach down in her roots, and you could not tell that she was not one of the Oglala Sioux women as she danced with them.
You know what, brother?
Hold on, let me make sure. Are y'all able to hear that, right? Y'all were able to hear that clearly before we go any further, right? You felt that. He felt that. You saw his emotion. Loud and clear. Okay. Farrakhan wasn't joking. And then Nightwolf, Jay Winters, is actually going to say something very key right after that. Here we go.
You know what, brother? If you were to walk into any mosque in America and you just laid your hands on the first person or the third person or the fifth person that you see, you realize that you're laying your hands on a Native American?
Hold up. Now, This is coming out of his mouth. I want to stress this issue, okay? This is coming out of his mouth. I believe this was 2016, maybe even 2015, like somebody said in the chat. It wasn't that long ago. If you were to lay your hands on any person that's in the mosque, do you realize you laying your hands on a Native American? That's what he said. And then he comes back and saying,
I believe
there were only 8% of the slaves that came to America. So how is it that there are so many more people that they claim are black or African American? I think they got the numbers wrong, because a lot of Native Americans are the ones that they're counting as black folks too. As black folks too.
Okay. Now, again, he said he think they got their numbers wrong because the ones that they're calling black Americans, what term he used? He said African American or black Americans. Wait, hold on. Let me say that. Let me hold on. Let me be right.
Because
he think they got their numbers wrong.
Because a lot of Native Americans are the ones that they're counting as black
folks too. Okay, a lot of Native Americans, you heard them, are the ones that they're calling black folks too. Now, I agree with him. When you're going off of the politically correct terminology, they're going to state Native American. Now, when I said, and once again, I told you his folks follow me. I know he followed me. They are fully aware of who I am. I'm not trying to belittle him or what he has accomplished. That's not what I'm doing here. What I want to do is to let him know, or ask him rather, why the change of heart? Why the change of heart? Is it somebody in the background telling you to do something different now? Is there a reason why you didn't reach out to me? Because they know, trust me, these Native Americans know exactly what Dane Calloway does on YouTube and everywhere else on social media. They don't know me personally. Okay, I only met a certain few in real life. He's one of them I haven't met yet. But there's a reason why. I mean, maybe he doesn't have enough protection. Once again, I'm assuming right here. This is all assumptions. Maybe he doesn't have enough protection. Some folks might have came after him and possibly threatened him. But he had to change of heart. Because in the next video that I'm getting ready to play, this was sent to me right after I did my video on, well, videos rather, a full-fledged documentary technically on the term Native American. Now, once again, it's not all Native Americans that disagree with me. It's only a small group. I'm talking about, it's a lot of them that I am cool with. We are fine. And they know that I'm getting ready to do this video. But what I'm about to play is something that they sent to me, okay? Letting me know of what he did. And I want y'all to understand that this is not a game. They were having a Zoom meeting, or whatever you want to call this, of some prominent individuals that you may be familiar with that's in so-called the Native American community. You know, listen to how, and see, Nightwolf is in the corner. Listen to what's being said. This was sent to me, once again, this happened right like a week after I posted that video. So I know they're watching my channel, and they're probably watching right now, because a few of y'all left and now y'all came back. I can see the numbers. I see what's going on. Once again, I'm not hard to reach. You can contact me. If I'm hard to reach, you'll be able to contact me. You know that for a fact. You were allegedly you were on the exact same side that I was on, Nightwolf, exposing the truth. And then he turns around and says this.
We are very familiar with Dane Calloway. So does anybody want to speak to that?
Look, he's shaking his head. Hold on. And the lady says.
We are very familiar with Dane Calloway. So does anybody want to speak to that about Dane?
No, I have nothing to say about him.
All right.
Or his philosophies.
And they shut it down. That why the change of heart, Nightwolf? Why were you the only one to speak up? Why were y'all so afraid to say anything? All of y'all on this panel. That goes for all of y'all. Why are y'all so afraid? What was the change of heart? What am I doing that's so strong enough for you to be like, no, I don't have anything to say? When you know I was doing the right thing. And everybody else on this panel know that. And you thought that this stuff, the people that's watching y'all, watch me. So they sent this to me. They sent this to me like, look, now they speaking against you. Because at first y'all were all for it. Dane Calloway is this, Dane Calloway is that. And as soon as I turn around and let you know that there is a clear distinction between Native American and American Indian and what that is with evidence on screen, she tell you that they're very familiar with Dane Calloway. Does anybody have anything to say? Everybody quiet except for Nightwolf. You took it personal, Nightwolf. You should have called me. That's what you should have did. Like a man, we should have talked one-on-one. One-on-one. Now, once again, I'm getting all of this out the way before I get to the information because I want y'all to understand that I see all of this. I'm just continuously bypassing it and putting out this information. But those of you that want to claim that you're Native American or whatever it is, and all of a sudden I expose what that is and you got mad, it's more than just you getting mad. You got scared, just like everybody else on here, not saying a word.
We are very familiar with Dane Calloway. So does anybody want to speak to that about Dane?
No, I have nothing to say about him.
All right.
Or his philosophies.
You got some couple giggles from other people, but he the first one to speak up. To me, that sound like y'all scared. And once again, who's behind you now? Why the change of heart? You was just telling Farrakhan. You see what I'm saying? Something totally different from what you believe now. Because why would you be against me when I'm stating the exact same things? Except for I'm not using the term Native American for a reason. Now, I remember in my beginning stages, I came out with a viral article and I said 98% of African Americans are actually the real Native Americans. That was an intention grab to let them know they are in our place and our people have no idea about it. And it took off. It went everywhere. Now, when I told people, I said, I informed people in the very beginning, be very careful with the terminology that you're using. And I told you why. And I said, I'm going to officially put it on screen. Now, it did take me a few years to do it, but I did it. And I put it on screen. I'm going to play that so you can see what I'm talking about. But these people here know me. I don't know near one of them. I'm going to be honest with you. The only person that I know of is Nightwolf. And he was the only person that speak up. Now, Nightwolf, the reason why I'm coming at you is because it could have been something very powerful if we would have got together and exposed it all. Okay? And exposed it all. Because you know that I know what's going on. I know that you know what's going on. I don't know if somebody paid you off, somebody got you shook. You should have reached out to me before any of this got back to me. Because I could tell that's not your true feelings. Why speak up so fast when you could have did that on your own a long time ago? If there was an issue, you could have reached out to me the day you had an issue. The day you said, oh no, why is he putting this out on Native? I properly explained it on my channel. Is that the reason why you didn't reach out? Is that the reason why these other people on this panel not saying nothing? Do y'all have anything to say about Dane Calloway? Are you scared? Are you shook? I want you to respond. Now, if you don't want to do it publicly, reach out to me. I didn't want to have to put this out. I was waiting for you to say something. But now I see you not. I'm going to have to straighten you out. And I know your people are following me. I know that for a fact. Everything is being sent to me of what y'all do. And don't get it twisted. It's not just Nightwolf. It's a bunch of y'all that, that spoke very similar to me. Now, since I'm continuing my research and enhancing my research methods and putting out everything that I discover on the screen for other people to learn, you mad at me. That's not my fault that you're stuck in one position. The stories that you regurgitate are still inaccurate. Earlier in the video, you would say only 8% came to America. Where's that documentation? See there? You regurgitating the story. The reason why y'all don't want to say nothing because you're afraid that I'm going to respond. And I'm going to respond with accuracy and validity. Each and every time, because I don't play games when it comes to research. So why would I play games with somebody else's child? We could be adults here. And as a man, and with you being the elder, see, this is another reason why I said that we got to be careful with certain people that we consider elders, because elder, that particular title, for some odd reason, is also being associated with respect. Like it should be an automatic thing just because that person is an elder. But when the elder's out of line, not acting their age, not showing respect, what makes you think I still am obligated to show respect to that elder? Now, once again, I'm not saying that he's gotten that far to be disrespectful. I'm not saying that. That's why I'm coming at him respectfully right now. That can change if he come out disrespectful. But I am a grown man just as well as you are. Age ain't nothing but a number. It doesn't matter how old you are. You can talk to me like I am, for what I am. That's an adult. I have children of my own. I'm not looking for a father figure or a grandfather figure. I'm not looking for a friend. I'm not even looking for associates. But if we're speaking the same thing, you should have came out and said where you believe I went wrong at. But if that's the case, that also means that you will have to come with evidence. That goes for anybody online. You could talk, but can you prove it? And that's the reason why y'all back up and afraid of me right now, because a lot of y'all cannot prove it. A lot of y'all are just talking, regurgitating things that you hear. When I'm actually putting it up, it's only a very few people on YouTube. And I mean, I could count that on one hand at how many people actually put up their receipts. And that's sad, but at the same time, that's how you can separate the real from the fake. When it comes to receipts, I'm at the top of putting this stuff up. Everything that I mentioned, I made sure I backed it up with publicly verifiable evidence. So you can go back and check me. Some people are not able to do that on their own. Some people are not. Well, let me say this. Some people are lazy to do it on their own. They're too lazy, don't want to do it. I'm not knocking them. Some of them may have other obligations, but that's what I'm here for. So whenever you get the chance to go behind me and start researching my research, cross-reference everything, then you'll understand. But don't come out and speak out of your emotions prior to you actually finding out for sure. Like a lot of other people have done when I debunked Nat Turner and Harriet Tubman and told you that they were fictional characters. Not only told you, I showed you in numerous ways, not just one. And then I told you what was the reason why that was done and showed you, not just told you. I put it out on video and it's a book because I don't want to hear no crap. Y'all was talking about that I was saying that the slave trade didn't happen. No. And again, I told you that the slave trade was told to us in reverse, meaning that it happened in the opposite way from America and to these other places. And I put that out as a book as well. My wife and I put it out. That's called It Was Told in Reverse. And here come more books. And matter of fact, there's going to be a book on this. So all the other extra stuff that I didn't get a chance to put out in video format, going straight to the book. Get ready, because that I'm not going to be stopped. That's going to get put out, regardless. No matter who like it or not. I got everything I need. And I show you exactly where I get it from. Right in the bibliography. If you don't believe me, I dare you to look it up. I dare you. But once again, don't hold it against me that you're being lazy. And if you don't have an agenda, if you're not, working for some organization that could be tied to some fraternity or sorority or higher up, then you should have reached out to me. See, that's what makes things obvious. When you don't reach out to me. When you try to keep it behind the scenes. Because I know the moves of those people that were trying to attack me anyway. Some of them were part of the Boule and some other denominations of those same skull and bone societies that's been copycatting and try to manipulate our people with infiltration and their little narratives that they want to stick out there as if we came off of a boat from Africa as slaves. Never one bit of evidence has been presented on that. Just a bunch of regurgitated stories. That's it. Nobody pulling up government documents. Nobody. And I'm the only one that did that. Now, once again, those that I mentioned that I said that are on YouTube are putting up receipts. A few of them are putting up books or PDFs. And a few of them are putting up, what is that thing? A PowerPoint presentation. I'm putting up records, primary sources. That's making me different from everybody else because not everybody can do that. The majority of this stuff costs money. And ain't nobody about to spend $2-3 grand on a document. But I am. The donations that I receive, I put it right back into my research. That's what makes it better. That's what helps us go and get more information. Because the majority of it is hidden. Then we have to do it different ways. And I did tell you what way I do it, but I'm not going to repeat it again. I don't want them to stop how I'm doing it. But there is a different way that you have to go about it, especially if you're trying to grab it off the internet. I told you not to trust Google and stop utilizing Wikipedia. The CEO the founder of Wikipedia told you to stop using Wikipedia. And he told you why. And I showed you that. And some of y'all fools still using Wikipedia as a primary source. When anything on the internet is not a primary source. Because the internet just came about in the 1980s. There's nothing primary about the internet. That's beyond secondary. We talking about third party at that point. This is the reason why it's important for you to know how to research. You don't got to go to a college or university to learn that. You could go on YouTube to find out how to research if you want to start for yourself and actually do it for real. But just know that it's very time consuming. I put in a ton of work to get this done. This ain't no 4 hours there, 4 hours here. This is damn near 24 hours for me. This is not a game. And that's besides me writing the stuff, besides me editing the stuff and putting it together so you can understand easier when I put it together as a production. I'm talking about the start, the researching part takes up the majority of my time. So right now, I've been off of YouTube for 2.5 weeks. The reason why is because when people book me for motivational speeches, I try to, tell my management to book it where it's all back to back. So when they pay for me to come out and do motivational speeches, it's not going to be, okay, I'm able to do my work for 4 days and then I got to leave and do something. It's all right. It's all taken care of in 1 week or 2 weeks, depending on how it is. And then I'm coming back and getting right back to what I'm doing. That's how I got it set up for right now. That's the reason why. Okay? I've been on the road. And once again, I don't turn my nose up to nobody. It's preachers, deacons, pastors reach out to me. Okay? And I'm not bringing the Bible with me. I'm bringing my research with me. And I'm putting stuff up and explaining it to them just like how I'm doing to you with you right now on my channel, throughout my entire channel. This is something that I'm actually doing. Teachers, professors, this is something that this is real to me. When they ask for assistance, can you come out, and they pay for it, I'm there. Stuff got to get done. And the reason why y'all know me, I'm talking about all these people that's on this panel, is because of how much work I put in so far. So far. That's the reason why y'all know of me. You don't know me personally, but you know of me because of the work that I put in. Right now. It's been people that I tried to give and I'm gonna tell y'all, look, this is the time that I'm gonna do it now because this video is gonna be lengthy anyway. And then I'm gonna play this one. Or let me move this one up. It's been times where I gave people who are on YouTube opportunities to come up with me. I wanted to bring them on board. Some of the people that you see on YouTube that either claim American Indian or Aboriginal, not all of them, but the majority of them are upset with me because I shut them down off of that opportunity based off of who they showed themselves to be. They showed me who they are. And I cut people off instantly when it comes to that. When I see that you cross me, you'll cross you'll cross everybody else. So I wouldn't want you right there as a representation for our people or a representation of me. And some of those people got upset with that because I shut them off. So you'll see them, those shots of me and you be like, damn, why are they saying something about Dane? All he doing is doing That's why. That's why. And a lot of them are doing it out of complete jealousy. Some of them are stuck on 5,000 subscribers. Some of them 10, some of them 30. But they're slowly, gradual, going up, but it's not really anything. Like they're not really teaching anything. It's just a bunch of people talking about maybe a lot of stuff, but it's a whole lot of people on the panel. How can somebody learn from that? This is the reason why you only averaging 50 to 100, maybe 200 people to watch. Unless you talking about some drama. Then it's going to be more than that. And then I tell them that. I even showed them what to do. I showed them what to do. Make it interesting. Allow them an opportunity to learn. Here's how you do it. And look, and I'm going to tell you right now, I did that to everybody that got in contact with me, that wanted to know the ins and the outs. Okay? The people that actually take their time to do this stuff know for a fact that this is very time consuming. Know for a fact. If they a real researcher, this is very time consuming. This ain't no overnight thing. This ain't no I could do this in a week. So when people coming up with stuff like that and they going live and they may even give you a topic as if they about to talk about it, but they never do, that goes to show you what type of person they are. They only out there for profit. I'm not. That's what makes me stand out. That's what makes me different. This is the reason why a lot of people know me or know of me, because I'm actually putting in the work. And that's ranging from white, whatever color you want to pick, that you want to categorize these people as that are watching. It doesn't matter. No matter their skin complexion, they are watching and they are learning. And I'm doing this no matter your skin complexion. I'm doing this for not only for you to watch, but I'm doing this for you to learn and comprehend, so we could go ahead and finish this learning process, so to become cognizant, so we can actually make some real moves. And I'm not talking about marching down the street and begging for reparations. That's been happening every effing year. That's not what I'm talking about. Crying to the government. That's not what I'm talking about. That's not going to change shit. Y'all repeating the same thing over and over and over. Well, no, don't vote for that person. He Republican. Don't vote for that person. He a Democrat. I'm tired of that. And then y'all claim that y'all got something going on, or we built businesses and we help people get jobs, and you ain't doing nothing for real. You help about 5-10 people max. What are we doing for our people overall? So many people getting pulled in so many different directions, whether they Hebrew Israelite, Moor, Christian, Muslim, you name it. And we're the real this and we're the real that. Nobody told you the records. They're only going based off of what? One book. This is the, hold on. Let me drop a bomb. Here's the difference. I showed you my sources, but some of them out there not looking for those type of real primary sources. They looking for me to put a book in your face. As if I'm worshiping one book. Listen. And getting this information from that one book, when that's not what this is about. Once again, this is the total separate from what everybody else is doing. I'm telling you what actually happened to our people, not based off of assumptions, and I'm coming to my own conclusion, based off of real evidence. And it already has been concluded. And I'm also pointing that out. This is the reason why I don't have to go back to the 1400s. This is the reason why I don't got to tell you a creation story. This is the reason why that I don't got to tell you the first civilization in America. This is the reason why. Because that doesn't matter for real. I'm going to tell you that right now. That's not important. What's important is, what could we do for our people to make us come up? To get us back in the position that we were in prior. And then, look, and then you go, but before that, we were slaves. And that's what they led you to believe. And this is what I'm talking about. And what I mean by they is the government. They made you believe that we were the only slaves, number one. And that's it. Our history starts with slavery, when that's a lie. And I proved that in numerous occasions. With so much evidence. And some of y'all are literally making it go in one ear and out the other because you can't swallow that pill. It's too hard for you. Pause. You got to start swallowing pills of truth. Take the red pill. You could throw the blue pill down the toilet. It's not working for you. And then some of these older cats, not all of them, once again, not all of them, but some of these older cats have no idea what they're doing to themselves and their next generations coming up. All they doing is regurgitating the same misinformation and indoctrinating them children with that. and they thinking it's the right thing. Like we going off of what other people tell us to do versus what actually happened and doing what we want to do versus going off of what actually happened and doing what we want to do. We could determine our futures by correcting the things that are happening right now in our present, by also acknowledging what happened in our past, the correct way, the truthful way, I'm talking about where we can see it for ourselves and validate it, correct those issues now. Then we have a better future. Then and some people got mad at me, like, Dane, are you against reparations? I said no. But you know reparations are owed to black people. And I said, no, they not. Then they got mad because I said that. And then I told them, wait a minute now, think about it. Will we consider ourselves black at the time of slavery? No. I said we. Were we considering ourselves black? No. That terminology did not come about until the 1960s. A whole 100 years later, after slavery was allegedly abolished. So you know that was a political campaign in order to put some Democrats at the top. And guess who they manipulated? The children. They utilized those colleges and university students to their liking. They said, well, they're so vulnerable, we can make them do what they want. Matter of fact, teach them this so they can think it's the truth. Wait a minute, but how are you experiencing racism and you in a college and university? How are you experiencing poverty when you in a college or university? You got money. You got money. And what I mean by that, you got money, is that your parents had money. You ain't putting two and two together yet? You got a full college right now, right? Was it any different back then? And if we go further back, we can see how long our folks been having money. For the longest. Before the greenbacks came about, before the promissory notes came about. I'm talking about before that. See? And you don't want to reach back and actually question all the stuff that we was taught. How in the world were we slaves and it ended allegedly 1863, 1865, and turn around 10 years later, and I'm talking about not even that for real, but I'm going to just say 10 years later, we owning multiple businesses and multiple banks and multiple houses and multiple amounts of land, acres of land. Well, no. And you know what some of them are saying? No, the slave master gave it to him. Really? Then how did the slave master survive? The slave master said, I'm sorry. Here goes some land. Here go the house. Here go a business. Here go a bank. That's not making sense. Why would they want to put you in position of power when they fighting for that themselves? Listen. And then you think it's a game. The only identity change that happened to people numerous amounts of time were our people. We were changed over and over and over and over and over to further hide what happened to us. It's in our past, but technically it's just recently. Technically. And you don't know how important that is because that's not what they're teaching you. That's not what they're going to teach you. What they're going to teach you is some Afro-American studies for you to learn what they want you to know. Afro-American studies. When Afro is a what? It's a hairstyle. Some of y'all out there claiming Afro-Indian, Afro-Indigenous, when you don't even got an Afro right now. When you ain't even got one right now. Huh? Afro is a hairstyle. That doesn't, come on, look at how they treating us. Calling us black, absence of color. Calling us African American. A misnomer. Representing you being named after two continents. Now you want to turn around and say, no, I'm Afro. American. Afro-American. Now, guess what? Remember the women? They were looking good, though. Don't get me wrong. The women was looking good in them afros now. I'm not knocking that. But around that same time, 1960s came to what? The Black Power. And Black Power. We got to fight the power. Fight the power that beat. And that song was hot. But at the same time, listen to what you're saying. And tell me a representation or something, personification of Black Power right now. Tell me. All you got to show for it is the fact that you could wear your hair natural? That's it? Listen to how deep that get. Where's the Black Power now? And where was the Black Power back then? For that matter. Because during the 1960s, you were fighting for first-class citizenship in this government. Meaning that you were not a citizen. And look, neither was the Native Americans. Matter of fact, hold on. Before I play this video, and I told y'all this already, but I'm going to play this video. I told y'all that them Native, see, this is how you know the term Native American is spanking brand new. Because they didn't even have their birth certificate. They didn't even have their own birth certificate. What year, Dane? Listen closely.
And after years of effort, it is now much easier for elderly Native Americans to obtain delayed birth certificates. Senate Bill
Hold on.
And after years of effort, it is now much easier for elderly Native Americans to obtain delayed birth certificates.
To obtain delayed birth certificates. Hold on. Let me make sure y'all can hear this. Can y'all hear this? Y'all heard that, right? Y'all heard that, right? You see how deep this get? That term Native American, and look, and I dare you to show me a legislation that says the government made those terms to go from from American Indian to Native American. Y'all saying it's low? Okay, hold up. Wait, no, it's turned up all the way. It's low? Hold up. Let me see something. Let me see what I can do. I'll take the music out. Listen to this closely.
And after years of effort, it is now much easier for elderly Native Americans to obtain delayed birth certificates.
So, the elderly, delayed birth certificates. Can y'all hear that now? Y'all heard that, right? I can't turn it up no higher than this. Okay. All right. Now, I'm going to continue this video, and this is showing you that they just recently got their birth certificates now. Now, think about this. 1960s, we was fighting for citizenship. Hold on. Before I go any further, hold on, y'all. Wait a minute. Listen. Let me slow down. Let me walk y'all into this. How do you verify that you're a citizen? Hold up, apartment 217. Hold up. Wait a minute. How do you verify that you're a citizen of the United States right now? Angelia, thank you for the donation, sister. I appreciate that. Social Security card, birth certificate, Social Security card, your passport, ID, strongman, Social Security number. Keep going. Birth certificate, right? Birth certificate, your Social Security number. I'm talking about verifying that you are a citizen of the United States. For example, when you go to the DMV, they're going to ask you for 2 forms of ID prior to you getting your driver's license now. They need to verify that you are a citizen. Right? What do you bring? Look, if you work for the government, say it. It doesn't matter. They're not going to know that you work for the government. You probably not even if you're utilizing a real name, you don't got to state that you're working for the government. You could just say it in the chat. Just say it. What they require, y'all. No, not the voter registration. That ain't nothing. Okay, birth certificate, social security number. Proof of residence. I'm reading the chat. Proof of residency. Passport. Yeah, passport is a big time ID. We're gonna go into that in a second. Bills in your name, yeah. Proof of address. Hold up. Background checks. EIN, that's a different topic. I know what you're saying. That's a different topic, though. I'm talking about proof that you are a citizen of the United States. Immigration records, depending on the situation. But that doesn't mean, never mind. Hold up, what you say? Your stream keeps getting muted and frozen. Proof of payment, proof of birth. Proof of birth. All right, okay. Let's run with that for you. Let's run with that for a second. The birth certificate and the social security number. Right? Let's say that is it. Now, that's considering yourself a citizen of the United States. Let's just say that that's it. That's the thing, the documents that you have to have. I want you to listen to what is being said. I'm gonna stop the music so you can hear him, because apparently some of y'all were saying this is low. Watch this. Listen to what's being said.
And after years of effort, it is now much easier for elderly Native Americans to obtain delayed birth certificates. Senate Bill 1393 was signed into law by Governor Doug Ducey yesterday, streamlining a process that until today required 7 separate proofs of identity and a trip to Phoenix. Many older Native Americans, especially those
7 separate proofs of identity. 7. You heard that?
Required 7 separate proofs of identity and a trip to
7 separate proofs of identity and a trip to Phoenix. Listen.
Streamlining a process that until today required 7 separate proofs of identity and a trip to Phoenix. Many older Native Americans, especially those born at home in rural areas, did not have these required forms of documentation, leaving them without.
They did not have these required forms of documentation. Listen. Listen, the elders,
especially those born at home in rural areas, did not have these required forms of documentation, leaving them without proof of U.S. citizenship. The new law...
Leaving them without proof of U.S. citizenship. Hold on. Are y'all listening? This is 2016, by the way. Are y'all listening? See, this is the reason why these people don't want me to talk about it, because I can go deeper than this. I can go a lot deeper than this. And I will. And I will. So think about that now. If they weren't citizens, they couldn't verify who they were. Wait a minute, so how could they verify that they're Native American? Wait a minute, if they didn't have even 7 forms of identification. Hold on. How did they become Native Americans if they didn't have? Wait a minute. Think about this now. Put it together. Put it together. You understand what I'm saying? Now, all of a sudden, you able to be on a reservation. You able to be considered a particular Native American tribe that's associated with the what? The government. So be a part of a particular nation that the government verifies that is federally recognized by the government. But wait a minute, then turn around and y'all don't have no identification? Uh-oh.
It's up.
Hold up.
It's up.
This is another reason why I'm telling y'all that, yeah, some of them are mad. Now, a lot of them, once again, not all of them, a lot of them know I'm speaking the truth. It's just a certain few that don't want this information out. And this is not, this is just to let y'all know that we have been lied to. Somebody took our place purposely. I mean, didn't they pay $5 to get on the dolls and all the rest of them other census? And then they turn around, these nations turn around, which nations ain't nothing but a club, technically. These clubs turning around and telling you that you don't qualify. but yet they don't even have their own documentation to identify who they are. But we gotta have it though, right? But they don't. Come on, y'all. You putting it together? We just getting started. We just getting started. Why do imposters pretend to be us only when it's convenient for them? Here go one answer right here. And they're shooting themselves in the foot now. Shooting themselves in the foot. But yet, we gotta have identification on who we are. And prove it to them. See? Foreigners. That's claiming to be, let me come back to this. Let me show y'all something real quick. Somebody shared this with me on Twitter. Give me a second. Let me pull this up really quick. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick. Hold on. I want y'all to see something real quick. I said to myself, if only my people could see this. But I might as well show y'all right now. This was, where he at? Was it this guy? No, hold on. It was around this time. Damn, I hope it didn't get removed. Oh. I hope it didn't get removed. Wait a minute. Wait, is it this? Is it this? It's this. Okay, here we go. All right, so hold on. Hold on. All right, let me pull this over so y'all can see it. Can y'all see this? This is on my Twitter, y'all. Now, the brother, I was tagged in this, and, you know, like he was saying that, am I seeing this? This was probably accumulating some views. Oh, it's a 7,400 or 74,000, well, 7,400 views. The brother said, so this was my experience today getting tribal photo IDs. It was a hot day today in California. We showed up. I want you to look closely. Hold on, because I don't know if it's, I'm gonna mute it because I don't know if it's copyrighted stuff. But I want you to look closely at everybody in here. Can y'all hear me? We good? Y'all good? Okay, look. Look. Lined up to get tribal IDs. Look. What the hell? This is not a game. And we got one Niji lady. Well, two. I think it's two. And the Niji gentleman recording this. And I'm glad he captured this, though. Think about that. Because look at all the rest of the people. What? Seriously? Come on, man. And you mean to tell me that this is cool? These people are lining up to become Native Americans, y'all. That's why I'm telling you. Somebody took our spot. Change the name so we won't verify that they took our spot. That's what I'm telling you. This is the reason why certain few of them are upset with me. Because I'm exposing the truth. They didn't want me to go this far. I told you they offer me millions of dollars to shut up. They offer me big houses to shut up. They offer me a lot to shut up and to join them. That's no joke. Shout out to Rome William. I appreciate that. Daytona Beach, Florida in the building. What's going on, brother? Thank you for being a member for 4 months. Daniela O, thank you for being a member. I appreciate that, sister. Let me drop a bomb for you. I hope I didn't miss anybody. Because this get real deep. And again, I mean, what? We about an hour and 30 minutes into the stream. And I'm not finished. Because there's so much more that needs to be said. You guys got to make sure that these people that are out there saying that we trying to be Native Americans, no, tell them that they trying to be like us. Imposters. And that's the truth. That's the truth. Just think about it. Can y'all name the person that created the term Native American? Who named? And look, and then not even, okay, besides the person, when was that term used? Once again, where's the legislation that it went from American Indian to Native American? The legislation. Remember, I showed you when they changed us up by law multiple times. Once again, they would have to do the same thing with that term Native American in order for it to be law. I dare you to go look for it. I'm gonna tell you, hold on, not this video. Hold on. Wait. There was this video here that I'm gonna play. I never got a chance to go over this. This was one of my newest videos, and new ones are coming, y'all. I'm just behind the scenes working on knocking out these books and other things that's coming up, community events. I'm doing other things right now. And then on top of that, I was being booked for motivational speeches, so I had to take time away from everything and then get that done. I'm back now, though. I'm back now. I want to play this video because I want you guys to see what happened here on the Afro-American studies. That's what I mentioned earlier, because it get deep. Who was telling us all these stories? And this is just a different angle. Even though I broke this down before differently as far as the educational side, how the indoctrination process started, and then I started pointing out the foundations and what their agendas were. Then I pointed out the people: Rockefeller Foundation, the Carnegie Foundation, the Bloomberg Foundation, then the J.P. Morgan, John D. Rockefeller, Henry Ford. Okay, I showed you all that stuff on screen, along with that, and who they hired. Okay, and as well as Woodrow Wilson, by the way, and who they hired to get that done. You should be familiar with Melvin Herskovich already and Franz Boas already. Those people at the top. Then I showed you who they used that looked like you and I in order to infiltrate: Booker T. Washington, W.E.B. Du Bois. Then I also showed you what infiltrated after that era. I showed you what infiltrated the human rights era to twist it to the civil rights era. I showed you that they used Martin Luther. Well, actually, I showed you a bit of that, because that whole doc that I'm gonna put out on Martin Luther King is not out yet. But he was being used, and so were other people after him. And actually, one other person before him, we got a doc on her coming out too. I'm not going to say too much, babe. I know you're going to get on me. But I got to expose who these people are and what their agendas were. By documentation, not by way of assumption. That's not how it's going to work. It's not going to work like that. That ain't got no evidence to stand on. I'm going to tell you exactly what happened, where I got it from, where they got it from, and who they were working for. And who they were working for. Why that was being implemented. Here's another one, though. On the Afro-American studies right here. We got to knock this out. And then we're going to get into some more right after this.
Did the school course called Afro-American Studies purposely erase the most accurate truth concerning the history of the indigenous peoples of America, who are now misclassified as blacks?
Okay. We starting it off just like that. Let me shout out to the people that just became members real quick. Only One Niece, thank you for becoming a member. And Light Bearer, thank you for the donation. I appreciate that. Brock Sampson, thank you for becoming a member. And Brother Jermaine, thank you for becoming a member. And Gifted C. Johnson, thank you for being a member for 19 months. That's major. I appreciate that. Ron William, thank you for the donation, brother. I appreciate that. And, oh, you doubled up. I appreciate that, so let me double up. Ron, thank you for the donation, brother. I appreciate that. Thank you for being generous. And Huba's Lifestyle, thank you for the donation as well. Let's go.
And the answer is yes, if you look at it from a historical perspective, and also investigate the agenda of this course of action, being considered a mandatory learning curriculum in American schools. My wife and I have conducted investigative research to uncover the details surrounding this topic so that our viewers can learn and better understand the truth about how foreigners purposely erased our history in order for foreigners to claim our history as their own. The introduction of Afro-American studies invited so-called black people to integrate with other races, and it was used as a means of desegregation for many colleges and universities. Through the illusion of inclusion, many felt comfortable enough to identify with or as those who they perceived had similar interests. This was done under the guise of ending racism and the fight for self-determination. Interestingly, the Oxford English Dictionary's first recorded instance of the word racism was done by a man named Henry Pratt in 1902. Pratt was said to be rallying against the evils of racial segregation when he stated, quote, "Segregation in any class or race of people apart from the rest of the people kills the progress of the segregated people or makes their growth very slow. Association of races and classes is necessary to destroy racism and classism," end quote. Now, we can all agree that his
Now you can see, and I believe I'm about to say that, but look, remember when we went over this a couple of times, of course, the differences between racism and classism, categorizing you in classes for a reason. But once again, his quote, "Association of races and classes is necessary to destroy racism and classism," meaning that they're about to do it the way they want to do it now. They're revamping that right now. I'm going to get into detail why right here. Hold on 1 second.
Races and classes is necessary to destroy racism and classism, end quote. Now, we can all agree that his statement of thought is absolutely false and a huge contradiction to itself, because classism and racism still exist, especially since you categorize groups of people by race and or class still today. And upon hearing his statement, a simple determination can be made. An unsuspecting victim may be allured by what seems like a friendly gesture, not knowing there was a hidden agenda in place. And it usually is for those who stand against racism, asking for submission of any race outside of their own, to
Right.
stand equally beside them or beneath them. And I say this because Henry Pratt has also become historically known for another statement,
All right,
which
here we go.
is kill the Indian, save the man.
All right, hold up. Did y'all know about this? This is important. Yep, commercials. Commercials? Oh, come on. Here they go. Listen, if y'all, look, that's not me. I'm gonna let y'all know that right now. That is not me. I'm over here trying to teach y'all something. So if they're trying to distract y'all off of this video, they're gonna do things like that, okay, in order for it to get in the way. Even if y'all gotta come back later on to watch the video, if you got something else you got to do, fine. But you guys have to see this. You have to see this. Not only this and everything else that I'm showing you. I mean, it go hand in hand. Yeah, his speech was delivered in 1892. I appreciate that, Rome. Thank you. I appreciate that, brother. I see you. Ricky Cherry, thank you for being a member for 35 months, brother. You know I appreciate you. And Light Must Unite, thank you for being a member. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that. So this part right here, let's pay attention to what he did prior to 1902. Talking about some racism and watch.
Also become historically known for another statement, which is kill the Indian, save the man. According to NPR, Henry Pratt was quoted as saying, "A great general has said that the only good Indian is a dead one. In a sense, I agree with the sentiment, but only in this, that all the Indian there is in the race should be dead. Kill the Indian in him and save the man."
Watch.
You hear that, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was saying to kill what they are on the inside and keep what's left of them on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
So you being consciously aware of who you are on the inside has been targeted as a means to be permanently erased. Pratt believed in assimilation through education. The Carlisle Indian Industrial School was founded by Richard Henry Pratt in 1879.
Right after that. Woo! Right after that. Look how deep this get. Right after that. How the hell? Look. And then he going, I'm gonna calm down. And then, because I'm gonna keep it in a professional tone. I'm gonna keep it in an educational tone. But it does get me passionate. Y'all gonna have to excuse my passion if it jump out like that. These MFers are starting up Indian schools. After he done talked about kill the Indian, save the man. Look.
War on the inside has been targeted as a means to be permanently erased. Pratt believed in assimilation through education. The Carlisle Indian Industrial School was founded by Richard Henry Pratt in 1879, and over the years it has since been recognized that the need for ending racism has commonly stood beside the need for self-determination. It is an invitation to choose between something that you are and something which you are not, with the end result being used as a
assimilation through education. The school was the model for a nationwide system of bordering schools intended to assimilate American Indians into mainstream culture. Not Native Americans, American Indians. This plaque was 2003. By the way.
Or not, with the end result being used as a means for decolonization. According to Oxford Research Encyclopedias, in an article labeled decolonization, and U.S. foreign relations, there were, quote, 3 waves of the decolonization process, medium-sized in the late 1940s, large in the half-decade around 1960, and small in the mid-1970s, prompted the American use of a variety of tools and techniques to influence how it unfolded, end quote.
See, they don't care that you find out because they know you're not going to read about it. They don't care that you find out. They don't. But I'm being faulted for pointing this out.
Many of these tools included covert espionage or overt military operations. Some tools use traditional or public diplomacy and economic or technical aid. One of the most powerful tactics that was heavily used over the years, especially in international law, and is recognized as a general principle of law, is the core principle of self-determination.
Now,
it is enshrined in a number of international treaties, and it's protected in the United Nations Charter and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights as a right of all people.
Now, also, remember, I forgot which live stream it was, but it was just recently here. It was like during that time where I went back to back to back, in which I'm gonna go back to back again. But I was referring to the undrip and the A-drip. There y'all go. There y'all go. This is why I love y'all. Y'all paying attention. There y'all go. I just looked at the chat and saw y'all. There y'all go. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. And look at how deep this about to get. Look how they tried to twist and turn this. And certain people out there, Native Americans, like, no, you know, the ones they want to consider themselves Native Americans, saying that we can't use it. We can't use undrip or A-drip. When self-determination is a human right, allegedly, right? But that, no, they knocking us for saying, no, that we just self-determine who we are, and that's wrong? Wait a minute. We're being belittled? Chastised? How is this making sense? How are we allowing that to happen? Because our people don't even know that we are protected in more ways than one. And see, that's what I'm here for. DJ Perkadelic, I appreciate that, brother. And you doubled up right there, so I'm gonna double up. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Cynthia Fuller, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that, sister. And Gifted C. Johnson, thank you for the donation, brother. That's major. But they knocking us as if we're wrong for claiming who we really are. But see, the reason why they doing that is because it exposes who they really are. That's why. That would be the only reason why, y'all. It exposes who they really are. That's why. And it get deep because it's in education. They had to start it that way. And I told you, it go another way. I'm going to explain it this way.
Principle of self-determination. It is enshrined in a number of international treaties, and it's protected in the United Nations Charter and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights as a right of all people. According to Cornell Law School, it was self-determination that laid the groundwork for decolonization in the 1960s.
Woo! Hold on. Hold on. What does that mean, y'all? What does that mean? If you colonize the land and you waited to the 1960s to allow who to self-determine? In the 1960s now, look, and that laid the groundwork for decolonization. Look at how deep this thing get, y'all. And I go even further, by the way. I go further. But just, I gotta go little by little to let this sink in, because this is a big deal. Big deal. Sister Judith in the building. What's going on, sister? How you? Miss Cynthia, thank you for, oh, you've been a member for 22 months. There you go. Now you're, okay, I see the, I don't know why that logo wasn't beside your name right there. You're supposed to have that automatic. Man. Yeah, that's right, Sister Jacqueline. Talk to him. Y'all see what's going on? 60 years ago. That's right, that flight. 60 years ago. So if we were colonized and they waited till they got to the 1960s to decolonize by way of self-determination, who are they allowing to self-determine? Once again, self-determination is a human right. But were we fighting for that right? Or were foreigners fighting for that right? Were they fighting to become citizens of America? First-class citizens? What were they fighting for? Why is self-determination so critical at this time? Don't forget, I just showed you the video right before this, that the Native Americans, listen, the Native Americans did not have no way of identifying themselves by way of paperwork. But for some odd reason, they got into these nations and everything was cool by way of whoever is in control of those nations, right? But if they were able to self-determine who they are in the 1960s without using nothing, it's just a human right. Look at how they did it. Look. And again, our people were unaware of this, so somebody was easy. It's easy for anybody else to take our place right up under our noses and say that it was legal. Say that it was lawful under the color of law. Under the color of law. This stuff got to change. Them people out there talking about changing this or changing that, listen, if you telling me that I'm not telling you what's going on, something wrong with you. Something wrong with you. And this, once again, this was just one angle. I hit this so many different angles. My wife and I, we both did. Hit this so many different ways so you can see what happened. It wasn't just one thing that happened to us. It was multiple things that happened. This is the reason why they were able to get this done. And that's why I'm telling you the 1960s was critical. Critical to make their plans become reality. I'm gonna continue.
According to Cornell Law School, it was self-determination that laid the groundwork for decolonization in the 1960s. Giving the right of self-determination to all people leads to successful successionist movements. And that is because the definition of determination is controlling or deciding something's nature or outcome. In law, it is the cessation of an estate or interest. What this means is, if you unknowingly take it upon yourself to determine and identify as something that you are not, you just may be giving away your inheritance. In the 1960s, decolonization was taking precedence through the process of self-identification and self-determination, It was also during this time frame that COINTELPRO was being used to monitor and deter the so-called Black identity extremists.
Uh-oh, hold up.
One method of deterrence came in the form of government or private entities not only infiltrating organizations that they perceived as a threat, but they also set out to create their own identities for people to conform to that were attached to an agenda, almost like being part of a club. For the youth,
almost like being a part of a club. That's what a nation is. It's a club.
Their own identities for people to conform to that were attached to an agenda, almost like being part of a club. For the youth, it must have.
And another word for that is party. Party. Nation, party, club, association, organization. All tied together.
Refreshing to be a part of such a liberated front.
Woo, hold on. Oh, hold on. That's deep. Let me hold on. I cannot let y'all miss that.
Identities for people to conform to that were attached to an agenda, almost like being part of a club. For the youth, it must have felt refreshing to be a part of such a liberated front. One of these identities, called the Third World Liberation Front, began to take shape during the year 1968. And on November 6, 1968, a strike occurred on the campus of San Francisco State College, which was orchestrated and directed by the Third World Liberation Front. Now, this was predominantly a white college campus with a small percentage of so-called Black people. The demand of this strike was to fight against racism for self-determination, pretending to fight for so-called Black people and the foreigners, fellow foreigners.
I be putting it up.
This is where Afro-American studies were said to begin.
Listen.
According to the Chronicle of Higher Education, in an article labeled The Beginnings of Black Studies, following this strike, quote, by 1971, more than 500 programs, departments, and institutes have been founded on 4-year college campuses. Add in Black Studies initiatives in those same years at high schools and community colleges, and the number jumps to more than 1,000.
So you heard this, right? Now you know that they were being, wait a minute, why were they being taught about us before we were being taught about us? Wait a minute. That don't make sense. Now, keep in mind that this says February 10, 2006, so they're going to use the term Black Studies, but just know that it's referring to Afro-American studies during the time period that they're referring to. Afro-American studies was the terminology, not Black studies. Don't forget that. Let me make sure that that's being noted. But just think about that. Why is it that they were being taught allegedly about us, allegedly, before we were being taught about us? Why is that? So we could self-determine. Oh, wait. So they could self-determine, or so we could self-determine? Again, were we deciding to call ourselves Black, or were we pushed or influenced, rather, to call ourselves Black? Prior to that, Afro-American. That was at the same time. Afro-American and Black was at the technically Afro-American was right before the term Black was in use. As far as representing us, it was Afro-American. No, they're not going to have the term Afro-American on birth certificates. Just like right now, you can't find the term Black on birth certificates. Don't forget that. They were doing this so many times that they left your classification of race blank on your birth certificate for a reason. The only people right now that have birth certificates that verify their identity is either going to say Negro, colored, or Indian on their birth certificate. That's it. You're not going to find one with Afro-American or Black. It's going to be blank. I said this years ago, but I'm going to say it again. They're hiding something. Why would you leave it blank? And everybody else is considered white, by the way. Everybody else, not African, not nothing else but white. But we had the categories on our birth certificate, multiple categories on our birth certificates. And then don't forget that the census records also included mulatto, but that's not on the birth record. That's not on the birth certificate. The term mulatto is not on the birth certificate. It's only on the census record. So the enumerators made a judgment to say, okay, well, this is an area of white and black people. Let's just say that they're a mixed breed within this area. Well, since they don't want to answer the door, I'm going to write down mulatto for them. Or what if they didn't even knock on the door and they knocked on your neighbor's door who just so happens to be pale skin, and they made a determination. I believe he was talking to Jerry, and Jerry just so happened to be pale skin. They go write that down. Oh, that person's mulatto. They're going to have mulatto children and everything without even verifying it. I showed you that as well. I'm not making that up. That's what they were doing. I'm talking about the enumerators, the census enumerators. I showed you that by documentation, by the way. Here come the book either way. You gonna get all this. All of this is in the book either way. Either way. I'm gonna put this information out regardless here. Yeah, and then they went with the one drop rule. One drop of what? One drop rule. And who determined that? The enumerators again? There we go. And then enumerators, you know, the early enumerators, what I tell you what the enumerators were, y'all? I'm talking about the early enumerators, right when it started, 1790. And all in 1800, 1810, 1820. What were they, y'all? Before they actually came up with a position that said, okay, this is a person that's going to work for the census. Oh, that's right. They were marshals. They were the U.S. Marshals. They the police. Federal agents. Not the census takers that you see today that got to wear ID and all that stuff. These U.S. Marshals came with a badge on their chest. Looking like sheriffs. That's why our people ain't want to deal with them. Are our people dealing with the police right now? What you think they're going to do then? We ain't about to be sitting up there having a conversation with the police right now. What makes you think we're going to invite the police in our house back then? What? We don't care if that's a pale skin or of color. It don't matter. You wearing a badge. Did I do something wrong? No, can you get off my property, please? I'm not trying to. No, I'm busy. I'm not trying to have no conversation with you. Bye-bye. Huh? Huh? So, of course, they made up their own determination. Self-determination. They were making that crap up. Look at how deep it get. It matched right up. It lined right up with everything I've been mentioning and showing you. Here we go.
The staged protracted strike was a multiracial battle that was waged and created the, quote, first step in a wider ranging agenda for educational, economic, and social equality. Even though San Francisco State College was predominantly white, quote, 80% of the student body supported the strike that ultimately led to the creation of a Black Studies department.
Hold on. Wait a minute, y'all. Look at how this, look at how this work. Look, by the way, where the reparations task force at? Hello? Where the reparations task force at? Hold up. Back then, it wasn't a lot of so-called black folks in that area. At the San Francisco State, 80% of the student body supported the strike that ultimately led to the creation of a Black Studies department. The majority, and I said it more than once, more than one way, the majority of that college was pale skin. What are they doing? Learning about us prior to we learning about us through schooling. They get deep, don't it?
Thousands of students and faculty members picketed classes daily, carrying place cards declaring, quote, "This strike is against racism." Note that this article was written and published on the date of February 10th, 2006. So the terms Black and Black studies were used to modernize their talking points in a general but commonly known sense.
Okay, so I did point that out.
The term Black was never used officially in titles of college courses or curriculums. The term Afro-American was used during the time period that they are referring to. This article goes on to state that following the Brown versus Board of Education decision that overturned the doctrine, separate but equal, in public education, college campuses would need to become more inviting to poor and disadvantaged applicants of all races, but especially to those who were non-white. Institutionalizing Black studies was a sign that such revolutionary realignment was possible.
So it's a political move. It was a political move. They doing commercials? Hold up, y'all. Y'all know that's not me. That's not me. But I'm talking about during the live stream. After the live streams, commercials supposed to be there. But during the live stream, commercials are not supposed to be there. I don't know why that's happening. But so let me go back because y'all might have missed that part. The Brown versus Board of Education. Let me go back.
This article goes on to state that following the Brown versus Board of Education decision that overturned the doctrine, separate but equal, in public education, college campuses would need to become more inviting to poor and disadvantaged applicants of all races, but especially to those who were non-white. Institutionalizing Black studies was a sign that such revolutionary realignment was possible. End quote. Most of its growth in funding came directly from white philanthropic organizations.
Whoa, hold up. Whoa, what I say, is Dane Calloway lying at all? You could read the rest of that right there. Growth was greatly aided by white philanthropic organizations. Founded the Ford Foundation, the largest supporter of the new field. Look, y'all, this is not a game. Notice how they said African American studies on here, right here. Remember we talked about the Negro problem? It envisioned it as a means of solving the long-standing Negro problem. Remember I went over that before? Look how it lined up. You think I'm playing? Look how it lined up. All of this line up. I'm telling you. I'm just hitting it from a different angle. So, okay, they were playing commercials again. I'm just going back 10 seconds. Here we go.
Alignment was possible. End quote. Most of its growth in funding came directly from white philanthropic organizations, which include the Ford Foundation. The Ford Foundation was one of its largest supporters and was led by McGeorge Bundy, the former national security advisor to the Kennedy and Johnson administrations.
Ooh, listen. That's another. Did I go into that yet? I think I went. No. I did that in Discord. I did that on the 13% community server. Those of you that are on the server in the 13% community server should remember what I was talking about the Kennedys. Okay, and what they were doing. Keep in mind, this was the national advisor, his former national security advisor. Remember what? Look at the connection. and how they was, oh, did I say this during the live? No, I did it. It was in the server. And I was referring to the unions at that time, that the Irishmen and, who was that? The Italians, all of them were trying to get together. And that's the reason why they took Kennedy out. Because Kennedy knew that the unions were growing and progressing as their own banks and their own governments. And the Kennedys were against them. I'm talking about him and his brother. And remember his brother lost. What was he trying to run for? Was he trying to run for governor in Florida? Something like that. I forgot where it was. But they got rid of Kennedy for that reason. That was a mob hit. That was a mafia hit that got rid of Kennedy. Once again, and I said this during, the server, they didn't get rid of him from a guy that was standing further away from the car that was up on a hill laying in grass with a sniper rifle. It was the driver that got rid of him. The driver turned around and popped him right in the eye. That's why his wife got up and wanted to get out the car, not duck down. She wanted to get out of the car, not duck down. She wanted to get out of the car. That was a mafia hit. Big time. They knew that. They knew that. And look, the driver kept it moving. How come when the car sped off real fast, nobody else followed it? How come the security, what do they call the Secret Service men were all slow trying to catch up with that car? Listen. No. It wasn't multiple shooters. It was one. It was the driver. The guy, the former CIA agent, they killed him too, put this out because those documents ran across his desk. His name was, maybe y'all can help me with this, white guy. They got rid of him right outside of his house because he was the one that exposed 9/11 also and letting you know it was about to happen. What is his name? Yeah, they assassinated him. Nah, not Ruby. His name, as soon as I see somebody say it, yes, William Cooper. That's him. That's him. He put this out already. With proof, with evidence, and showed the video. And showed the video was edited. He showed the video was it was edited, but it was the driver. That was a mafia hit. Straight up. They wanted to get rid of him. There's a movie actually, remind me this, y'all, in the server to get the name of this particular movie that I believe Danny DeVito and Andy Garcia was in it. And it was talking about the who was he playing? He was playing, this was a very good example of what was going on at that time, y'all. And I believe it's on Netflix. This was a very good example. It was a long, it's like 2 or 3 hours long. Was it Jimmy Hoffa? What's the name of it, y'all, so they could get it? Because I can't remember the name of it. It was pretty lengthy, but it was very good. Yeah, talking about the Irishmen. And they were also talking about the unions that I'm referring to. At that time, how popular they were getting. Or how popular. No, it wasn't Goodfellas. It wasn't Goodfellas. Yeah, they were talking about the casino. Well, did they touch the casino? I believe they did touch the casino. No, not the Untouchables. That's my movie, though. I love that movie, but not the Untouchables. Nah, not Donnie Brasco, y'all. Yeah, it was referring. Was it called The Irishman? Okay, y'all saying Irishman. It could have been because it was referring to the Irishman. It was referring to their side. Yeah, the Teamster Union. Nah, it wasn't Gangs of New York. I believe it was called The Irishman, y'all, because a couple of more people are saying that. I'd strongly suggest that you go watch that so you can see how the Italians, the Irish, the they want to call them Jews and stuff like that, how they were being tied up. And notice how some of the hints they were given about the Niji, us, our people, the ones that they want to call so-called black, how I don't want to give certain parts of the movie away, but how they were trying to make it seem like we were complicit with helping certain groups or certain families that did right by them. And those that did wrong by them, they tried to go assassinate. That was being pointed out. So whoever wrote this, I'm not sure who wrote that. That movie was pretty accurate. And I can verify that. That movie was pretty accurate, especially with the unions. William Cooper made a lot of videos, yeah. Yeah, but my favorite one was the one he breaking down the John F. Kennedy. That was my favorite one because he literally put it up there. I'm talking about, it was an interview. Look at the video where he was being interviewed and he had the paperwork in front of him. And then he played the video. That is the one I'm referring to. I'm not sure where it's at now. It's been years since I've seen that video. But they got rid of, they literally assassinated him right outside of his house. They came to him and got rid of him. No, and I don't know if that's on the internet or not, but that's how he died. They were trying to get him to come. They were already stalking him. You'll see it. They were already stalking him outside of his house. He finally came out to ask that police officer, what is he doing there? They got rid of him right after that. But yeah, and this is another reason why I wanted to go back to this, because this particular era, once again, is so important for us to know that a lot of stuff was changing. Remember, I told you the Negro problem stemmed back to the 1800s. This is the reason why. That's why they said long-standing. It envisioned it as a means of solving the long-standing Negro problem. But the problem, I mean, see, they were trying to move us out of, it was too many of us trying to move us out of here. So they created these societies like the American Colonization Society. Keep in mind, self-determination was the what? The key to that decolonization part, right? It played a factor. The American Colonization Society was all for trying to solve the Negro problem. I showed you that. That's in a separate video. I can't remember the name of it. I'm trying to think of the name of it. If it comes to me, I'll say it. But I broke that down. Actually, that's in my book as well. It was told in reverse about the Negro problem. This has been going on for a long time. They were trying to move us out, migrate us out of America, because we were rebelling. We were revolting. We were fighting back. That's what they're not trying to admit. We did not, a lot of our elders or older or adults of the family were not consenting to this. This is the reason why they had to go to the children. That's why they did it. And not only, you know, certain elementary schools, whatever you want to call them, certain schools of that nature, but they also did it in the colleges and universities where they're able to understand, where they're more vulnerable because they don't know which way to go. They're still trying to find their walk of life right now at that particular point. You know what I mean? Any form of schooling that they had set up, they said, okay, this is our ticket in. This is how we can control the mindsets of the people. They were banking on controlling the mindsets of the new generations to come, not the older. They knew they couldn't be manipulated. That's why. If you look at it, all the 1960s movements were young. Every single one of them were young. They were college students. All of them. Ranging from 15 years old and up. Don't forget that I showed you that as well. I believe it was called the Breach of the Civil Rights Movement. Well, yeah, they were getting young people involved. They felt as though the younger the better. And they took advantage of that. And made them feel good because they thought they were going to, you know, to be joining a liberated front. You know, oh man, we're going to be doing this together. And wow, I never seen this before. We're actually doing something for a great cause. And the whole time it was somebody who was fully aware, that was way above their age bracket, that had a personal agenda. But they had to craft it to make it seem as if it was fun for the children, but it was helping a certain other group of people, the 1%. The kids just gonna be kids and follow it. They feel as though that's a good trend. They came up with some ideas, but not all of them. Not all of them. And I pointed that out in more ways than one. Yeah, like SNCC, all of them, they were all young. Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, All of them. They were all young. And Martin Luther King also. Yeah, that's a very good example, Red Feather. George Soros being behind Black Lives Matter. Taking the vulnerable, you see what I'm saying? While he had his own personal agenda, being up in age and fully aware of what's going on, knowing that the young can be manipulated. And the majority of the people that, you know, participated in those precedents were young, were college students, colleges and universities. Were college students, university students. They were young children. They weren't full-fledged adults. And what I mean by that is those that are outside of the 32 years of, you know, that age range. Like beyond the mid-30s. They were below the mid-30s range. They were below. Yeah, precedents. Yeah. A staged, like so, sometimes you hear people say, what they call them now, a false flag. You'll hear them say that, or they'll say, what they'll say, y'all know what they say, a staged event. I mean, that's basically what it is. That's basically what it is. And remember when I was pointing out, and look what happened. I never got a chance to say this, y'all. Remember when I was pointing out, during one of my past live streams, how Tucker Carlson was just regurgitating information that was being put on screen that was written by somebody else? Look what he got in trouble for. He got in trouble for exposing that whoever wrote that stuff for him was incorrect. That stuff, I don't know. Actually, they gonna say he got in trouble for his take on a vaccine, what happened in China. It was something else. It was something else too. But either way, it came out in the the voting systems, the Dominion, I believe that was the name of the company, and how, you know, Fox was actually telling all of its top broadcasters or reporters, news reporters, to say that they were involved in fraud and stuff like that, saying the voting machines were rigged. Dominion, right? But come to find out, in Discovery and him being sued, him and other, Fox being sued, it came out that he was against what was being said by Fox. Him and the other lady that's on Fox, they were text messaging back and forth in their iPhones. All of that stuff was being retrieved and being, made public right now. They were always against what was being said in the forefront. They were never with it. That was just their job. They were just doing their job. And that's what I was explaining to you all then during that live stream. They're following a script. They're actors and actresses. That stuff is written out for them. They didn't write that. They didn't do the research. There's a person behind this, multiple people behind the scenes writing the script for them. And they have to follow by that. This is the reason why you see some of those, high ranking that you would want to consider high ranking, but they're technically popular news reporters. You'll find them in movies playing themselves. Okay? Not nobody else. They're playing themselves. You understand what I'm saying? Doing exactly what they're doing on television on the movie screen. They are actors and actresses. They are paid actors and actresses. It's all scripted. And I was pointing that out, and look, now he gone. Now, I didn't look into what Don Lemon did, but I'm sure that was a whole nother distraction, just like Tucker Carlson. I'm sure it was, because they are not writing anything. They have writers, and they have to spit, basically, they have to say what's on the teleprompters. That's what they have to do. That's what they have to do. But they were totally against what Fox News was doing. But that was their job. They're getting paid money to shut up. So you can't control me like that. Can't do it. Yeah, they have so-called political advisors. But what's really important is who's or what political side is funding them. It's always going back to their money. Who's putting up the most money to swindle the course of action or to swindle the narrative? This is the reason why Elon Musk exposed Twitter, to let you know that it was being used just like everything else was, just like they got on Facebook about with Mark Zuckerberg. Sway the narrative. They were being paid to do that. And that's not a joke. People thinking that was a conspiracy theory when that was actually true. Like right now, if you knew it was an outbreak in China when it's dealing with this, you know, with that vax, why all of a sudden everybody's still taking it? Like what's the how come these foreigners that you letting in here constantly, Brandon, not, you know, that's not a requirement. It's not mandatory. The enemies that we have don't have long, y'all. They don't. They truly don't. And they know it. They truly do not have long at all. This is the reason why they put money into something that's going to be able to swindle the people's mindset in their favor. They want to continuously separate the people, just like this agenda here. Just like the same agenda here. It's the same thing over and over, just different names, different times. It's the same thing. And that's why I'm here exposing it so we could dismantle it. I'm just letting you know it's easy. We could do it. It ain't hard. They got an army. They got an army. No, they don't. No, they don't. If the army know the truth, in which the majority of them do now, they only doing that for a check. Look. You tell them folks, Army, Navy, Marine, you let them know, hey, look, this was going on, brother. I love you, sister. I appreciate y'all doing this for the, but actually, instead of doing this for the country, which is technically the state, which is tied to the government anyway, do it for the people. No, not we the people, us the people. We the people is the government. Us the people, meaning that we're separate from them. Fight for us. Don't fight for them. They'll do it. It won't be a problem. Why you think they constantly bringing in more foreigners over here? Because the people that are indigenous to this land, they can't control. I'm going to just drop a bomb right there. We're in control of NATO. You think NATO going to be able to handle us? All right. I'm going to keep it moving.
This was not meant to become a base for positive change, but instead it was a necessary way to foster incremental integration in a way that sidestepped the demands of militant or radical students. To divorce Afro-American studies or Black studies or whatever you want to call it from its radical or militant overtone, the system was redefined and prepackaged to focus on the radical education of white students. Packaged with miseducation, it gives a subtle but powerful suggestion to both those who are white and non-white that so-called Black people in America are inferior and come from a place of poverty. Information presented in relation to the so-called Blacks or African Americans insinuates an image of homelessness. Coincidentally, this was implemented during a time frame when self-proclaimed so-called Blacks were in the process of building an image of power.
That's right. See, at the same time, this is how you know they did this purposely. At the same time, they were trying to build an image of power. Like that, go ahead, y'all. We'll let you do it. We'll let you create an image of power. But what's the term image short for? Think about it. What is the term image short for image imagination. Imagine that you have some form of power, imagery, right? Because while you utilize your imagination, we're going to be busy behind your back implementing things that will further control you. This is not a game. This has been going, This has been going on for a long time.
It's go time, Slim.
Self-proclaimed so-called blacks were in the process of building an image of power. Information dispersed and presented to students on the campus of San Francisco State College in 1968 in a pamphlet labeled "The Strike and You" details why white students should support the strike. It states, quote,
This is a pamphlet.
in the self-interest of white students, both because it establishes the major principle of equal student participation
right here,
and because it carves out a niche where the principle may become reality. But there is another and even more important point. Many whites believe that racism is detrimental only to those who are discriminated against. But whites are also victims of racism, because it brings about a false perception of reality. This false perception of reality is in part created and reinforced by an education which distorts or omits the histories, experiences, contributions, and present conditions of TW people in this country. This is often done in a very subtle and perhaps unconscious way. End quote. And so it was through this illusion of inclusion that many felt comfortable enough to identify with or as those who they perceived had similar interests. Yet these particular interests were active measures of assimilation through education so that the American Indians could be colonized continuously. Just as Richard Henry Pratt desired, they killed the Indian and saved the man to become black or African American by way of these Afrocentric studies.
Yeah. That's one. We ain't finished. And that was another side. See, I'm going to be doing a bunch of that. My wife and I got a lot of stuff coming where we're going to explain all the different angles and measures that they took, drastic measures that they took in order to get this done. Once again, it wasn't just one thing. It wasn't just one thing. It wasn't just, okay, they did it by way of paperwork, paper genocide. That's true. Don't get me wrong. That's true. But they also did it in your schools. They also did it through your religious belief. They also did it through the language. They also did it through the culture, traditions. They also manipulated your mindset by way of indoctrination and social engineering. They also did it by way of eugenics. They also did it by way of the food you eat, the water you drink. They also did it by the chaff that they spraying in the air. That's falling down on the resources that we consider minerals that we're supposed to ingest into our bodies. Yep, they also did it by abortions. They also did it by, somebody say Hollywood. The movie pictures that they put out there, telling you a vision. They also did it by way of television programming, telling you a vision. They also did it by way of your news or local news broadcasts right now. That's right, all distractions. Sports. There you go, that's another one. Radio. Legislation. A whole rack of imagery. That's conceptual arts, conceptualism. Yeah, beauty products. There you go. They also did it by the beauty products. They also, they tack, excuse me. They always make sure that you can attach yourself to a product where they could generate the most money. They know for a fact that we are heavily spiritually inclined when it comes to the arts and entertainment. So they utilize it against us. The majority of our people are in the arts and entertainment field. Remember when I played that audio that Malcolm X was complaining that we didn't have none of our people in education? Like they literally didn't create anything on their own, but they're just regurgitating what some other stranger told them? You see what I'm saying? Purposely done. Ricky Cherry, thank you. I appreciate that. Which Indians were in the Red River, Louisiana in 1920? You should be able to pull that up right now. I can't recall it offhand. I will have to pull it up myself. You should be able to pull that up. If you're having an issue with that, let's talk together in the DM. DM me on the 13% community server. And we'll talk about that. We'll talk about the county. I can show you how to get those county records. We'll figure it out. 1902, we'll figure it out. That's not a problem at all. Definitely DM me. Lafayette Holly, I appreciate that. Wow. Doubling up. I appreciate that, brother. That's love right there. Zigzag Zig Foundation Universal, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that, Lafayette. That's love right there. So sometimes when you hear me, and I want y'all to have some patience, right? Because I'm getting ready to go into another segment. I know we've been going on for almost 3 hours, but I told you this one got to be a little bit lengthy because it's a few things we got to get into. Yeah, I went to the Virginia Racial Integrity Act. That's one way. That's another way that they did it. Yeah, I say all of that as a part of paper genocide. That's what I would say. But the reason why I said to be patient with me is because what I'm about to show you next. Let me get it set real quick. Hold on. What I'm about to show, okay, here we go. What I'm about to show you next has to deal with that term, Native American. And this is probably going to be the most lengthiest part because I have to explain, again, what's going on. That's why I said, please be patient with me. Because I know I went over this numerous times, so those of you that are familiar with it, but there are a lot of people that are unfamiliar with it. They're unfamiliar with it, and I had to explain it to them. I feel as though that's my obligation. And I don't have no problem with doing that. This is the reason why I'm here. Research first, then react is in the building. Super brother, what's going on? Alicia Alexander's in the building. What's going on, y'all? Delilah, thank you for your donation, sister. I appreciate that. So I'm going to get into this portion about the Native American Party. HTPP Productions, thank you, or HTP Productions. Thank you for becoming a member, brother. I appreciate that. Or sister, I'm not too sure, but I appreciate that. Janie Bess, I appreciate that. Thank you for your donation. I appreciate that. Or is that Janie? Janie, right? Yeah. I didn't see an E at the end. It's just an I. Hold up. Now, again, if they playing, if they playing commercials, y'all, that's not me doing that, especially during the live stream. The commercials is only supposed to be playing after the live stream has ended. So I'm going to get to, I'm trying to pull some other stuff up on my side. That video's there for y'all. Hold up 1 second. I'm trying to pull a couple of other things up at the same time. So I'm trying to, I know I'm not going to be able to squeeze everything in here because it's going to be to a point where I'll watch this live stream and be like, oh, I forgot to mention this. And I'm going to have to do that too. But I think this is the core part of the subject that needs to be put out there so you can see that, yeah, that didn't have to, the Native American Party, or the Native Americans rather, has nothing to do with the American Indians. And that's by way of documentation and truth overall, by the way. If you are American Indian, you're American Indian. You're indigenous to this land. Primordial. Your people have been here way before foreigners got here. Don't forget that the 1828 Webster's English Language Dictionary says, listen to how to use the term native, y'all. Giving you a key. It said a native of America, originally applied to the aboriginals or copper-colored races found here by the Europeans, but now applied to the descendants of Europeans born in America. That's the definition of American by Noah Webster, 1828 English Language Dictionary. That goes to show you. Yeah, at first it was cool, but wait a minute, but if it could be applied to a descendant of a foreigner, then I don't want to be native. I'm not native. If you could be considered indigenous because you were born here, if you could be considered native because you were born here, but you came from two people, you're a descendant of a mother and father who was born somewhere else outside of this area. If you're considering those people native, that has nothing to do with being indigenous to this land from the soil. And what I mean by that is this territory here, not anywhere else. I don't want to be associated with that term. You shouldn't either. That should have been a big deal for anybody. Who knows that they are indigenous to this land. For you to go out on a limb and say, you know what? No, I'm native. That means you're ignorant to what the term native is about. Once again, remember they put up the self-determination, to go back to what I just said earlier, in order to decolonize, in order to fit themselves in. They made themselves who you are and said, accept me for who you are, because that's who I am. We didn't agree to that. We didn't agree to that. And I just showed, to go back to that, I just showed you they ain't have no nothing representing their identity until 2016. Something is wrong with that. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You know something wrong with it now. I'm talking about that term, Native. And Native American. Here's another thing of what's wrong with it. I'm going to play the intro of this because I like the intro to this video. I'm going to play the intro. And then it's going to go into the information. But I did like the intro. I like the way I edited the intro of this video. If y'all don't mind, I like that. Me personally, I just like the way it looked.
I don't know, a lot of these black guys today, these gangster type guys, they all got names like that they make up for themselves.
He means like the rappers. You know, the rappers, they all got names like that. Snoop Doggy Dogg, Ice Cube, Q-Tip, Method Man.
But it makes me think about Indians. You know, they got names like Red Cloud, Crazy Horse, Running Bear, Black Elk.
Yeah, Indians, niggas, same thing.
Who are you? You don't know. Don't tell me Negro, that's nothing. What were you before the white man named you a Negro? And where were you? And what did you have? What was yours? What language did you speak then? What was your name? And why don't you now know what your name was then? Where did it go? Where did you lose it? Who took it? What tongue did you speak? How did the man take your tongue? Where is your history? How did the man wipe out 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 your history?
Quickly, I'm gonna just note the reason why I use Malcolm X there is because I'm answering his questions throughout my entire channel. Malcolm X was also led astray by certain people. I mean, you can name them. You already know. I like the brother, me personally. I like the brother, okay? Because Malcolm was about learning. And I'm telling you, if he was here with us today, just imagine that. And all I could just hand him, he could take all my research here. Verified. Man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay.
So if they stole them from Africa, then they would have to take them back to Africa. But there was no need because black people were from everywhere, all this landmass, all these different countries, black people were the indigenous people right here in America.
I meet somebody and he piss and throws piss in my face. Mm-hmm. That's not civilized.
Right.
Him wanting to attack me for no reason is not civilized.
But you know what? People attack people for no reason in the name of civilization.
That's true too, but I'm talking about that's from a big perspective. That means I'm coming to conquer I'm coming to conquer your country.
And that part,
I'm talking about I'm coming to be your friend. I'm coming to civilize you to brotherhood.
But you know what?
Family.
Look what happened with when you think about indigenous people. The story they've been befriended and then
yeah. We're the indigenous people.
You know why? Because
they got us here.
Mike Tyson, no. Mike Tyson, no. LL Cool J, know too. They know. They know. I'm just saying, they know. We're the indigenous people. They met us here. Is what he said.
Let's just change the name as much as possible to throw you all off so you really don't know what's going on.
It's up.
Let's keep switching the identity to hide the people. Why don't we just keep renaming you? Are you Negro? Oh, no, you're not Negro. No, you're colored. No, you're not colored. You're African American. And this is what they name you. Because I know a white guy who grew up in South Africa and he now lives in America. He is an African American, and more African American than most.
We're live.
Do you see how African American is a misnomer? It's a misnomer. Don't check that box. It's a title given to blacks by democratic slavers.
And even black people back in the day calling each other black was a sign for a fight.
When I was growing up, to call a person of color, like myself or others, black, was considered derogatory. That's just a fact. You know, you call somebody black, those were fighting words.
Our forefathers weren't the Pilgrims. We didn't land on Plymouth Rock. The rock was landed on us.
Set it on fire.
Relax and take notes.
Over a period of time, our people can recall being classified and reclassified by the federal government as particular titles or labels inside of their census-taking process every 10 years. And with that comes political judgment, where our people are referred to by whatever name is chosen by the government through its laws, policies, and even its media. And over the course of this government's lifespan, the indigenous Niji were referred to by the government as Indian, Wild Indian, Urban Indian, Negro Indian, and then Negro, Colored, Afro-Indian, Ameri-Indian, Afro-American, American Indian, and then Black, and now African American or Black American. And here's the problem with that.
It's up.
Ever since we can recall records being recorded during the existence of this government, the Niji has always been referred to as whatever name the government chooses to refer to them as. So why are we the only race of people that continues to allow strangers to dictate what we should be called as a people? Why are we continuously allowing strangers to have the right to call us by names that we have historically never referred to ourselves as?
And you know, certain people think that that's not, like they saying that that's not important. Certain people out there are stating that this is not important. Why are we continuously allowing strangers to have the right to call us by names that we have historically never referred to ourselves as? They think this is not important. This is sad. It really is. Wake up, y'all. Wake up. Anybody that's telling you that this is not important is your enemy. I don't care what they look like.
Continuously allowing strangers to have the right to call us by names that we have historically never referred to ourselves as. See, this leaves the door wide open for multiple manipulative attacks of confusion. And what is also important to note here is that the term Native American was later used by the US Census to refer to a group of people that was originally called Indians by this government, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Which means that there are now separate terms for a group of people that were once all referred to as Indians. Listen closely. According to the 1828 Webster's English Language Dictionary,
here you go.
The term Indian is defined as a general name of any native of the Indies, as in East Indian or West Indian. It is particularly applied to any native of the American continent. And in this same English language dictionary of 1828, it defines the noun American as a native of America, originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races found here by the Europeans, but now applied to the descendants of Europeans born in America. This means that the copper-colored races, or the Aboriginal Nijis of Turtle Island, who are now being misclassified as black, are the original inhabitants of America. But since small to large migrations of foreigners from other continents became a viral trend during the early 1800s, the identities of the Niji were replaced by incoming foreigners. And then everyone residing in America was later referred to as Native Americans.
See?
But how is it that all of a sudden, a group of people that were not genetically nor historically associated with the term Indian in its entirety are now somehow referred to as Native Americans as their classification of race by the U.S. Census?
Look, listen, look. Ooh, look, I'm gonna calm down. Look. But how is it that all of a sudden a group of people that were not genetically nor historically associated with the term Indian in its entirety are now somehow referred to as Native Americans as their classification of race by the U.S. Census? How did that happen? And you know I'm going to tell you. Those of you that don't know, you about to get taught. Thank you, Tisha Jones, for being a member for 19 months. TJ St. Napier, thank you for the donation, brother. I appreciate that. And Joshua D. Hicks, thank you for being a member or becoming a member. And Mox Nix, thank you for becoming a member as well. This get real deep. It get real deep. And this is what they got mad at me for, by the way. They got mad at me for exposing this. No, don't talk about him. I don't have nothing to say about. You mad, huh? And then tell me they ain't put it up on screen either when it happened. Watch. When I put it up, tell me I ain't put it up. Chapter 1. Once again, the book on this is coming.
During the early to mid 1800s,
Watch.
The offsprings of previous foreigners of European descent that migrated to North America prior to this great migrational period were threatened by the increase of even more foreigners being welcomed as citizens of America. These people were referred to as nativists, which carried a lifestyle of prejudice and bigotry, racial discrimination, radical political views, and biased religious beliefs. As more immigrants flocked to North American shores, migrating to cities and towns all across the East Coast, the nativist beliefs turned deadly by causing riots to arise in attempts to greet the newly incoming foreigners with resistance. For example, in July of 1844, it was said that a riot took place in the city of Philadelphia, where a large group of nativists burned down 2 Catholic churches and a Catholic school, killing 20 or so people in the process. Now, I'm sure many of you can recall some major events that occurred during the same time period, like the Indian Removal Act of 1830, for example, where President Andrew
Wait a minute, were they fighting over the land? Were they trying to, well, the government gonna give us the land because we were here before y'all as foreigners. And then another group of foreigners like, well, we just got here. We should be OD. And whole time, these are confiscated lands that wasn't even theirs to begin with. Wasn't even theirs. But they fighting over it. And look at the land right here granted to the Indians west of the Mississippi River during the Trail of Tears, trying to send us west. By the way, this is Midwest. All right. You're going to put it together.
And forced Indians living all throughout the east coast of America to migrate to lands west of the Mississippi River.
They always show you the plain Indians or the Indians on the west. Why they never showing you the East Indians? What they look like? What they look like? I'm just saying. Hold up, wait a minute. But if you couldn't move everybody and the majority of the people that you couldn't move stayed and fought your ass, it's us. What you gonna say, Mexicans? What you gonna say, some Asians? What you gonna say? We put up the fight. Think for a second. If it was Mexicans or Asians or whatever you want to put in between, put up a fight against the government, where the story at? Where the story at? They will be holding that up high just like they hold up their cultures right now. Because their culture is not a threat. Or their culture hasn't been threatened by a foreign entity. They are allowed to pass down the stories of what happened to their people between their own people. So they would have mentioned that they were at war with the government, but wait a minute, how come our peoples, older folk, can recall that our people were at war with the government? I'm talking about even beyond the 1800s. It continued on into the 1900s. Tulsa, Oklahoma don't ring a bell? And look, and if they burying that story, what makes you think they won't bury the other ones? And if they burying that story, what makes you think that they won't bury the others? Some of them were labeled as race riots. It was happening in schools. It was happening in neighborhoods. It was happening in towns, counties. Listen. They know who we are. Our people were led to believe that somebody else is who they were referring to. Yes, we did have, let me make this clear. We did have some lighter skinned people over here. We did. We did. Very few. Very few. And that was prior to the pale faces from Europe or from Eurasia. Let me borrow that real quick, Amani. That was before the Anglo-Saxons and the Anglo-Normans. They were here. The problem is that they were trying to pretend like the majority of them were wiped out by way of disease. That's a lie. Who did it? Who brought the disease over here? name the person. I dare you. Name the boat. Name the area in which they came from. Once again, name it. Name them. Name them. They brought the, who was they? Who brought the disease? Who? A disease that they carried on a cloth. The only disease that they carried on a cloth that I can recall is them wrapping up the Bibles so the Bibles won't get as wet as they would if it wasn't covered up. You talking about a cloth? Because if it was on the cloth that you were holding while floating on the streams to get over here, how come you ain't die? You were immune? Prove that you were immune. Prove that you even knew how to take care of yourself prior to coming over here in an area that you had no idea about. Totally different environment. Prove it. Them people that were coming over here during the 1600s didn't make it back home enough to tell them, whoever sent them, about what should happen in order for them to survive. They didn't make it back home. The majority of them died because they couldn't survive. In my book, in my wife and I's book called It Was Told in Reverse, I explained in full detail what they were doing just to try to survive. If you mean to tell me that you gotta start eating your clothes and belt buckles because you don't know how to make your own food in a foreign territory to you, what makes you think that I'm gonna believe that you brought disease over here by way of some cloth when you couldn't even feed yourself? Yeah, they ate their own clothes. Get the book. When I announced that I'm putting this book out on this information right here on the Native Americans, get that one too. Oh, it's gonna get deep. I get deep in these videos, but I get deep in these books. With evidence. You mean to tell me that you creating a story, ain't you? To make it seem like you are a god. You were able to take care of you and the people that you brought with you with no problem. Huh? You were able to wipe out millions and millions of indigenous people by way of a cloth, a disease, and a no. You wiped out millions of indigenous people by way of manipulation, indoctrination, eugenics, education, and conceptualism. Imagination. You created these folk tales to make it seem as if you won when you didn't. That's why they constantly telling you that. I hate that dumbass line because it's not even true. That phrase, history was written by the victors. History was written by the losers because only a loser will have the audacity to make it seem as if they won when they didn't. The reason why they didn't win is because we're still here. This is the reason why they're still jockeying for position right now. Right now. Because if they really won, they wouldn't have nothing to worry about. But they know their time is limited, so they rushing. Still distracting you. Handing you every distraction in their book that they could think of that's actually an old method. And guess what happened? Stuff grow old and die. They know that they can't continuously utilize those same old tactics to get away with it nowadays. They knew this time was coming. You ain't win nothing. You might have won a few battles, but you ain't win the war. Let me tell you how you didn't win that war, because we didn't raise up a white flag yet. I'm fighting for my people. There's other people out there that's just like me that exist. You ain't win shit. Okay.
Right? Keep that accent. Also major events that occurred during the same time period, like the Indian Removal Act of 1830, for example, where President Andrew Jackson forced Indians living all throughout the East Coast of America to migrate to lands west of the Mississippi River, right? Keep that in mind. Now, in the latter part of the year 1849, a politician by the name of Charles B. Allen created the Order of the Star-Spangled Banner in the state of New York, which was a secret society formed in order to stand against the immigration of incoming foreigners of British, Irish, German, Japanese, and Chinese descent to the United States. And listen, created the Order of the Star-Spangled Banner in the state of New York, which was a secret society formed in order to stand against the immigration of incoming foreigners of British, Irish, German, Japanese, and Chinese descent to the United States, and anybody else who practiced Catholicism as their religious choice.
I'm going back again.
9. A politician by the name of Charles B. Allen created the Order of the Star-Spangled Banner in the state of New York, which was a secret society formed in order to stand against the immigration of incoming foreigners of British, Irish, German, Japanese, and Chinese descent to the United States, and anybody else who practiced Catholicism as their religious choice.
Look, these are the people. I'm gonna say it. I know I'm gonna say it in this video. I told you who they were standing against. What does that sound like to you? Think about it now. Multiple people of certain religious practices created their own societies in secret. Was their agendas. What that sound like? They were against all of those people that I just mentioned, and were against anybody that practiced Catholicism. What that sound like? If they practice Catholicism as their religious choice, what is that, y'all? Catholic. Hold up. Who were against the Catholics? Look. Look. Who were against the Catholics? The Protestants. Uh-oh. That's right. That's right. No. The Quakers were with them. Were with the Catholics. The Protestants were against the Catholics. Remember, they went by the Puritan way of life. So who's the Protestant? Illuminati. There we go. There we go. There it is. So who is this again? The Native American. Oh, excuse me. Let me back up a little bit. The Order of the Star Spangled Banner. The so-called illuminated ones. Go back, Dane. What I say, 1849? Who?
49. A politician by the name of Charles B. Allen created the Order of the Star Spangled Banner.
Anytime you hear order, you know that's a Mason here.
In the state of New York, which was a secret society formed in order to stand against the immigration of incoming foreigners.
Stand against the immigration of incoming foreigners who were
of British, Irish, German, Japanese, and Chinese descent to the United States. And anybody else who practiced Catholicism as their religious choice.
What was Kennedy? What was Kennedy? What was his religious choice? Say it in there. Say it. Catholic, right? Uh-huh. Uh-oh. Hold up. Hold up. Tell me the other presidents. What was their religious choice? Look, watch this. Watch this. If it was the illuminated ones, there y'all go. There y'all go. Look at this. Look how they warn with each other. Jockey for position, right? I told you. Jockey for position. There are many denominations of the Catholic Christianity society. So when you name them, they're all still a part of Catholicism. You can actually look this up and find out. That's all of them. Methodist, Baptist, all of them. Protestant. Look how you can, it's that simple. You could point out the enemies real quick. Yeah, Martin Luther was a Lutheran, angelic, put it in there. All of them. Yep, Jesuit. Jesuit was their money. The Jesuits had the money. It's all of them. So these were the people that were standing against. I'm not going to go too far because I know I'm about to mention it in this video and I'm not trying to go and say it again, but apparently that's going to happen anyway. But I'm just saying. So now you can see that there is a divide within their own Christian belief. There was a divide within their own Christian belief. But wait a minute, I thought Christianity was about bringing us together. But you outcast the people that wanted to go a different way. If they have their own, you know, traditions and stuff like that. Because if that's the case, look, if that ain't true, then why is the Jehovah's Witnesses knocking on our door? And you already a Baptist Christian or Methodist Christian. For example, why are they knocking on your door?
Set it on fire.
They want to swindle you into their way, right? Everybody got their own belief now. That don't sound like they're together to me. That sound like they've been separated from day one. From day one. Now you tell me which one is the best one that you should choose now. Look, it's always going to be division. Jockey for position. Always. Yeah, everybody got their own agenda. All of their practices are hypocrisy. Yeah, nah. Missionaries are, I mean, yeah, still, you know, Christianity. But it depends on which, like, for example, the Quakers. They're out to go do something. Technically, the Jehovah's Witnesses will be missionaries to that practice. They're the foot soldiers. Missionaries will be the foot soldiers. The terminology and the way it's represented can go with any form of religious practice. You see what I'm saying? So that's not, missionaries is not a religious group per se, but they do have missionaries in each of them. You understand what I'm saying? The ones that's going out there to do the work. Yeah, Seventh Day Adventists. Yep. The AME Church. That's Methodist. That's right. So now you see it. Latter-day Saints, those are the Mormons. Now you see that there is division amongst their own religious practices. Before it even got to us, like technically in a sense where we had it like throughout our entire population. It was people out there that were in agreement with, you know, Christianity, certain parts of Christianity, because they were forced into it, by the way. But there were people out there, I'm not trying to state that they were atheists. They weren't, they believed in a creator, but they just didn't walk in their, you know, religious ways or religious practices. They didn't agree with that. And neither did the Protestants. They didn't agree with that neither. They wanted their own way of Christianity.
In order to join this society, the individual is required to be a Protestant of at least 21 years of age.
Right after that. In order to join this society, look, hold on. Right after that.
In order to join this society, the individual is required to be a Protestant of at least 21 years of age and must uncritically obey all orders and political policies established under the oath of this society. Nativists of this secret society would sometimes wear faux Indian outfits and refer to their leaders as chiefs or sachems, marking the original inhabitants of this land.
Marking them.
Their flag stated the message: Native Americans, beware of foreign influence.
Hold up now. Wait a minute. This is the origin of the term Native American. So you Native Americans out there, I dare you to debunk this. I dare you. The Native Americans are not us. They're foreign. And they're against other particular foreigners. Straight up. So if you really think about that, if the Native Americans saying that we're not American Indians, but we're trying to be Native Americans, and this particular secret society came out with the Native Americans beware of foreign influence, they're only going to be for their people who are foreigners. And beware of people like Dane Calloway who would influence not a foreign belief, but the foreign truth to them because they don't believe in that. Once again, it's not about what you believe. It's what you can actually prove. It's about what you can actually prove. It's not about what you believe in. I'm not representing a religious group or organization. Not me. I'm not telling you to come join this party. Sign up for this group. I'm not telling you that. I told you that I'm a spiritual person. I know that there is a creator, Big Chief. I'm not telling you to worship this and practice that, and I'm not doing that. So what type of influence do I have to you? I'm going against your own practice, your own traditions, your own ways that got you over in the first place. You are in a particular position because you fraudulently put yourself in there. You are in a particular position because you fraudulently put yourself in there. You don't belong there. And you know that. This is the reason why you're mad. Because it's not that far away. And when this happened, this is the reason why I could pull this stuff up and no, don't do it. No. And then they got to start up a campaign. I'm talking about aliens. I'm talking about, no, I'm not. I'm talking about the truth. This is the reason why you want people to not listen to me. This is how I know I'm powerful. Because you said, no, he's just a YouTuber. Don't listen to him. Why are you listening to a YouTuber? But think about it. If I was just a YouTuber, why are you listening to a YouTube? If I was just a YouTuber, then why are you so concerned about me? Hold up. If I was just a YouTuber, then why are you so concerned about me? And about what I'm teaching to my people? Why are you so concerned about that? Foreign influence or the real influence? Keep in mind, since my people have been programmed, I have to recondition them through reprogramming. Yes, I have to influence them to do it on their own versus listening to somebody else. And I'm the only one on the internet daring you to go behind me and do it. Let's be real. I'm daring you to do it. You know why? And look, because I don't have nothing to hide. But you do. You do. This is what you're hiding. Right there. Native Americans beware of foreign influence. Because if it was actually the so-called Native Americans that we're referring to today, wait a minute, the government is foreign. Beware of foreign influence, but you tied with them right now. That's how you got your nations. That's how you got your casinos. That's the reason why you got to carry your ID to your nation right now, your club. That's not a family. That's a club. And you were influenced by foreigners to get that done. That's not indigenous. We didn't historically carry IDs. We didn't have to apply to become a family member. Whoa. Look at how deep that is. We didn't have to apply to become a family member. Because when you're applying for something, that's not to become a family member. That's to become a club member. Liberated Front. I went back, said this earlier. so you could be a part of a so-called liberated front. Liberated front. You're fronting, right? Mm-hmm. Just like these corporations are quasi, acting as if they are a government when they're actually a business or corporation. Same thing with these nations. You're a corp, you're a business. You're putting on a front. Go ahead, Spirit, work with me. I'ma talk to him regardless. Work with me. Talk to him. It's gonna break through to some of them. I know it ain't gonna break through to all of them, but as long as I get 13% of them, that's gonna be the real influence. And it's happening. Right now, this is the reason why. You mad at me? It's not because of the numbers I generate. It's because the people are literally listening and finding out on their own based off of the information I put out. That means I'm creditable. You inadvertently brought up my credibility again. Again. You ain't got nothing to say. No, I don't have nothing to say to him in his ideology. It's not an ideology. This wasn't an idea. This is not my idea. This is not a theory. See? You know better than that. And so do I.
Four years later, during the year 1853, the nativists of the OSSB formed a political party called the Native American Party, with James W. Barker leading the charge.
Again.
SSNs beware of foreign influence.
Watch this.
4 years later, during the year 1853, the nativists of the OSSB formed a political party called the Native American Party, with James W. Barker leading the charge. This political party's name was later changed a few times, in which I'll go over that in a second. But I wanted to point out that this was reportedly the very first time in America's history of the utilization of the term Native American. And by the religious beliefs, traditional practices, and radical political views of this organization, we can easily determine that the word native carried a totally different meaning during this time period.
It's up.
The more commonly known explanation of the term native is a person born in any place, whether country, city, or town. So if you are born in one place, no matter if your parents were originally born there or not, you are then called a native, no matter your historic genetic origins.
See, they were able to self-determine what the term native is. They changed it.
However, the etymology of the word bears a totally different meaning than one may assume. It states that the term native is defined as a person born in bondage. One born a serf or villain. A serf is an agricultural laborer bound under the feudal system to work on his lord's estate. And a villain is a feudal tenant entirely subject to a lord or manor to whom he pays dues and serves in return for land.
Whoa, 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 whoa. This can be looked at two separate ways. Two separate ways. It could be referring to us and it could be referring to these tenants because they didn't have a place to stay. This could be looked at in two separate ways. A squatter would stay in a tent. This is the reason why I told y'all that our people didn't stay in teepees. Oh, man. But if you give them squatters' rights, yeah, squatter law, squatters' rights. But if you give them a reservation or a piece of land that's reserved for them to stay, you become the feudal tenant, subject to a lord, a landlord, to whom he pays dues and services in return for that land. This is the reason why you're not sovereign. Because the government still owns you. So this could be looked at in two separate ways. Don't forget, in the beginning, agricultural laborer bound under the feudal system to work on his lord's estate. Now, this is the second way that you could look at it. They were saying that our people worked on plantations. Look! Agriculturally, working on plantations as laborers, slaves, indentured servants, contracted employees. Is that the reason why the term native was used in 1828? Prior to the term Native American being formed in the latter part of the 1800s? At first, the term natives were referring to the laborer. At first. Until they implemented self-determination, which we went over earlier, to decolonize. They flipped the script. So you can look at this in two separate ways right now. Right now.
Cultural laborer bound under the feudal system to work on his lord's estate. And a villain.
Hold on. Let me come back a little bit. Let me let that play one more time about that.
Known explanation of the term native is a person born in any place, whether country, city, or town. So if you are born in one place, no matter if your parents were originally born there or not, you are then called a native, no matter your historic genetic origins.
Hold up. Oh, shoot. I'm sorry, y'all. Can y'all hear me? Hold up. I said a lot right there, too. I wasn't even, I got all hyped. This is me right here. We live right now. I got all hyped and forgot to unmute my mic. So basically, we good, right? We good? We back? All right, good. What I was saying was, let me let this play one more time, and I'm going to say what I said. Hold on, right? No. Before the etymology, I was basically replaying this so this could be implemented. You know, we got to do it that way. I mean, it's a part of reprogramming. I'm just saying.
The term native is a person born in any place, whether country, city, or town.
Okay.
So if you are born in one place, no matter if your parents were originally born there or not, you are then called a native, no matter your historic genetic origins.
Now, what I was saying is that Noah Webster, keep in mind, this was before they changed that definition to the term native. Noah Webster was pointing it out that it was happening then, during his time when he put that out. It's just that the term native wasn't referred to that until later on in the 1800s. Okay, keep in mind, his was early 1800s, 1828. So now you're seeing that it was an identity change right here. This is a part of the paper genocide. But also you have the term native being originally applied to the Aboriginals, but now applied to the descendants of Europeans born in America. So he was letting you know right there that, okay, the term native is being switched. Even the term American was being switched. And then this particular party took advantage of that.
However, the etymology of the word bears a totally different meaning than one may assume. It states that the term native is defined as a person born in bondage, one born a serf or villain. A serf is an agricultural laborer bound under the feudal system to work on his lord's estate. And a villain is a feudal tenant entirely subject to a lord or manor to whom he pays dues and serves in return for land. So, in other words, the general use of the word native referred to individuals who were literally employees, or rather peasants or laborers or servants or slaves to some form of foreign dictatorship, working to pay off their dues in hopes of being granted land in return. Doesn't this sound all too familiar?
That's why I said it could be looked at in two different ways. It could be looked at as us and them as far as the Native Americans, because the government reserved not only for us, they called it plantations, but technically it was a reservation, aka industrial facilities or industrial land, aka ghettos, okay, or project housing, okay, but they're calling their places reservations. It's the same thing. Same thing. Still tied to the government.
And why would the term Native American be associated with pale-complexioned foreigners if American history exclusively labels the descendants of so-called black people as the slaves of the slave trade era?
Right.
And we know that this secret society was not established with the Aboriginal Niji's interests in mind, because our ancestors did not represent nor support the same beliefs, traditions, and or policies of this secret society.
Absolutely
due to
not.
the simple fact that our ancestors were not Protestants nor Catholics during this said time period.
Neither one. We were neither one of them.
This be the reason why they decided to call their political party the Native American Party, by standing against their oppressors in hopes of reconciliation, political recognition, economic assistance, and land allotments?
So they were fighting for their own rights as Native Americans, foreigners, so their own foreign rulership. You know, of course, the ones that were overruling them or overseeing them, okay, from their mother countries and over here as the New World. That's what they were doing. They were trying to mind their business. Remember, we went over that too? Mind your business. This is the reason why they adopted the Star Spangled Banner as the name of their society. They wanted to be a part of it. They wanted to fit in.
Land allotments. Land allotments. Land allotments.
And by the way, I told you that flag is their flag. That's a foreigner's flag. The USA flag is not our flag. And that's the untold truth about the USA flag. That is their flag. And they were holding their hand up in praise of that in Nazi style. That's how they were saluting the flag. It wasn't like how a soldier salutes right now. It was literally holding their hand up Nazi style. I showed that's on my channel right now. This is not a joke. Yes, we were the Confederates. Those Confederate flags are ours. See, and look how another thing. These same people, by the way, the Irish, the German, all the people that created the KKK, the Ku Klux Klan. They were trying to make you think that the Ku Klux Klan had the Confederate flag, and they never did. That's another thing I showed you. The flag of the Ku Klux Klan and their female division had the American flag as their flag. They were waving the American flag, the Star-Spangled Banner. The Confederate flag was always our people. I'm talking about even had certain tribes on it, names of tribes. Even before the war started. Yeah, that's the Union flag. United States was the Union States of America. That's what it was called before. Even before they separated, it was always called the Union States. Remember, going back to the conversation about Kennedy and those mafia people wanted to disable those unions that they had. They only wanted one union. Okay? And with him being a Catholic, of course he was going to be against those Protestants standing up for themselves, basically. And they didn't want it. And he got shot in the eye for it, so he can't never see again.
The Native American Party was the third major political party of the United States of America at that time, running against the Federalists in one corner and the Democratic Republican Party in the other. It was said that members of this party were...
Listen, the Federalists in one corner and the Democratic Republican Party in the other. I just told you that they were together. I know I did this in another video too, where I explained the Democratic Republican Party. And but they started separating right around the time of Abraham Lincoln. But they were together. Now all of a sudden they separate parties, separate beliefs. That's all it is. They the same. They just have separate beliefs on certain occasions. But technically they are two heads of the same snake. So listen, they are the third major. This party right here was the largest, third major political party
at that time
because of who they were representing.
Running against the Federalists in one corner and the Democratic Republican Party in the other. It was said that members of this party responded to questions from the press with I know nothing. Which led to the organization earning the popularized nickname the Know Nothings by New York Tribune founder Horace Greeley.
So see, look. Oh, hold up. I meant to pause that right there. The Know Nothing, that actually came from that magazine. Hold on. Oh, come on, right there. There you go. Perfect. At the top, it said, Uncle Sam's youngest son, claiming that he's a citizen, know nothing. Like right now, the Native Americans, not all of them, but some of them know nothing. But in this sense, they knew something, but keeping it a secret. This is the secret part. They're just going to claim that they know nothing. They knew something about it, but they're just not going to say nothing about it. I know nothing.
Smithsonian Magazine wrote,
sound like the mafia,
the
don't it?
Know Nothing Party included more than 100 elected congressmen, 8 governors, a controlling share of half a dozen state legislators from Massachusetts to California, and thousands of local politicians. Party members supported deportation of foreign beggars and criminals, a 21-year naturalization period for immigrants, mandatory Bible reading in schools, and the elimination of all Catholics from public office.
Let me drop a bomb. You heard it. I ain't gonna go back, but you heard it.
They wanted to restore their vision of what America should look like, with temperance, Protestantism, self-reliance, with American nationality and work ethic enshrined as the nation's highest values.
What's important to note right here is that they implemented Protestantism inside of the government right after that. They're in control. It's the Protestants that's in control of the government right now. So the only reason why the Democratic Republican Party separated is because the Protestants knew after this party failed that they had to get with somebody that's going to have their back. And they got with somebody called the Democratic Republican Party and separated them. Now you tell me who was who. You can't. They're all one and the same.
End quote.
Here go Trump.
I know nothing about QAnon.
I just told you.
I know very little. You told me, but what you tell me doesn't necessarily make it fact. I hate to say that. I know nothing about it.
I don't know who the Proud Boys are. I mean, you'll have to give me a definition because I really don't know who they are. I can only say they have to stand down, let law enforcement do their work. I don't know anything about them. Somebody told me yesterday, whoever he is, he did endorse me. Just so you understand, I don't know anything about David Duke, okay? I don't know anything about what you're even talking about with white supremacy or white supremacists. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know, did he endorse me or what's going on? Because, you know, I know nothing about David Duke. I know nothing about white supremacists.
I know nothing about Russia. I know about Russia, but I know nothing about the inner workings of Russia. I know nothing about WikiLeaks.
WikiLeaks. I love WikiLeaks.
I know nothing about that. First time I've heard it. I know nothing about the project other than I didn't like, when I read about it, I didn't like it. I think it's a very sad thing for Mr. Bannon. I could perhaps ask Tony about that because I don't know anything about it. I mean, you say we did that. I don't know anything about it.
In February.
See, once again, now I know it's a lot of people that agree with Trump, but it was, once again, I told you, it was certain things of Trump that I didn't like. But clearly, Trump is a Protestant. Clearly, he's on code. Clearly, ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Now, with him being a Republican, once again, you're not going to be able to differentiate who's the Protestant or not because they on both sides. They on both sides. But he is on code, clearly. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. This is the reason why they allowed him to become the president. Otherwise, they wouldn't allow him to become the president. They're not handing out the presidency to a Catholic no more. Straight up. Kennedy was the last one. Okay? But once again, I like certain things that, I'm going to say this again, I like certain things that Trump did. But I know for a fact that Trump is only looking out for his people. And his father was a German, right? Yeah, they always tell you that Biden is Catholic, but they never prove it. With Trump's father being German, this is how you know that they're a part of that. Don't forget, this is what, I mean, as long as they're in agreement with Protestantism, actually, because a German can actually be a Catholic as well. So let me say it correctly. Okay? But, you know, yeah, I heard that before, that he was a Zionist. But yeah, I mean, you know, with people saying that Brandon as a Catholic, I heard people say that so they could feel, I think they were trying to throw that out there as far as the campaign is concerned, to throw everybody off, because there's no evidence of that. It's really not. There's no evidence of that. Now, Trump, during his campaign, he was popping up to certain Christian churches, but that didn't necessarily mean that he was a part of it doing Christianic things. I'm gonna just say it that way to simplify things. But with his actions, he's on code with Protestantism. Clearly, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that.
Of 2021, the Washington Post stated, quote, "The Know-Nothings formed a political movement that briefly became a major political party in the United States in the mid-1800s. The movement was marked by nativism and wild conspiracy theories, including that the Catholic Church was preparing a hostile takeover of the U.S. government."
See, this is all the more reason why it's showing you that they were against the Catholics the entire time. These are the so-called illuminated ones, the ones that they call Illuminati. And once again, I told you that there's more than one secret society. I'm giving you one of them right here in this video, which is the Native American Party, the Order of the Star-Spangled Banner is the society that created that. Okay? But yes, that's what their agenda was. And then they came up with the tale as if the Catholic Church was trying to, and which they probably were. I mean, just think about it. I mean, the Pope is running the Catholic Church, so, I mean, I wouldn't say no to that. Like, they wasn't trying to do that, but none of this works in our people's favor. Let's be real here. They're only for a specific group of people that, number one, not only practice their religious belief, but are of their particular origin, not from here in this territory, but from where they are located, their motherlands. That's it. They don't really have the people in mind. They have themselves in mind.
But was this all really just a conspiracy theory, or has it already been proven to be true when Pope Pius IX, born Giovanni Ferretti, who was the head of the Catholic Church from 1846 to 1878, which is the longest papal reign recorded to date, approved the unanimous request of American bishops that the Immaculate Conception be invoked as the patroness of the United States of America on February 7th, 1847.
So that was their agenda. So technically, they were right, but again, once again, it's not working in our people's favor. It's working in their people's favor. Okay?
Leave your comments down below and tell me what you think. On the date of August 24th, 1855, in a letter to Joshua F. Speed, Abraham Lincoln shared his opinion.
Italian Pope. You pointed that out, right? You seeing his real name, right? Saying his real name. Once again, don't forget that some of the Italians went Protestantism, and the rest of them is Catholics. And whoever they influenced roll with them right now. Whatever, territory. Just look at it. There's Protestants running some of them, and it's Catholics running the other. You can look at that right now. It's all church and state is still, I already put this out, but church and state is one and the same. They're working hand in hand. Again, they're jockeying for position, for power. They believe that is the power, to have social influence over a set group of people so they can be controlled and follow their religious practices or their practices in general. And they're going to put it back on something unforeseen, like God, for example, and say that this was how it's meant to be. Yeah, this is Lincoln. They put up a couple of pictures on Lincoln. Yes, I do have something coming out on Lincoln soon.
Of the Know Nothing Party by stating the following: I am not a know nothing, that is certain.
See, now Lincoln was differentiating. Okay, you go ahead, just listen.
How could I be? How can anyone who abhors the oppression of Negroes be in favor of degrading classes of white people? Our progress in degeneracy appears to me to be pretty rapid.
By the way, he was a Democratic Republican at this time.
Nation, we begin by declaring that all men are created equal. We now practically read it, all men are created equal except Negroes. When the know-nothings get control, it will read, all men are created equal except Negroes and foreigners and Catholics. When it comes to this, I should prefer immigrating to some country where they make no pretense of loving liberty. To Russia, for instance, where despotism can be taken pure and without the base alloy of hypocrisy. What is very important to note here is that Lincoln shared his frustration with the know-nothings, and he also details that he stands against the oppression of Negroes, admitting that it does in fact exist, and he much rather migrate to another country where class discrimination is absent. Did you notice how Abraham Lincoln used the term Negro instead of Indian or Native in this letter?
1855.
And also, why did he use the word class instead of race?
We went over this. I'm gonna go over it one more time.
People were socially constructed as races of people. Humans were categorically divided and arranged in classes by similarity. just like animals and plants are, for example. According to the 1828 Webster's English Language Dictionary, the noun class is defined as an order or rank of persons, a number of persons in society, supposed to have some resemblance or equality in rank, education, property, talents, and the like, as in the phrase, all classes of men in society. A class is a scientific division or arrangement of a set of beings or things having something in common or ranged under a common denomination. The term race used to distinguish humans is newly formed, but not its overall discriminating concept, because the practice to
look
rank
at that
humans
picture
by class
mafia. I'm just saying,
was applied prior to any use of the term racism in American history. So a population ranking system did in fact exist and is still active today strictly as a means of transportation, which is another form of manipulation and control. And here's what I mean by that.
Dumping them off, right? And bringing them bringing them to the United States. Hold on. But dumping them off from what? Ah, man, my logo's blocking that. The slums of Europe, Italy. Oh, daily, excuse me. The slums of Europe daily. Dumping them here through the water. Bringing them up. Look at the personification. Who are these rats? This has a hidden message right here. I should make this an Easter egg. But the personification of the United States is Uncle Sam, the US. Yeah. But they already knew that they came in mobs, mafias, in order to get here. But how come they being dumped this way versus them coming off of a boat? How come rats were coming off of the boat? Okay. I'm gonna do an Easter egg on this. And that other picture that included Uncle Sam. I'll do both.
Now, some of you have subscribed to the definition of the word transportation, referring to objects or things utilized for the purpose of moving objects, things, or people from one place to another. But according to the etymology of the noun transport, it is also, quote, a state of being carried away by overwhelming emotion.
Now, this is also going to explain why they were coming over here.
Listen closely. When transport is used as a verb in this sense, it means to hold someone spellbound. So in other words, transportation is another way of saying rapture or trance or ecstasy, which is a mystic state of being beyond self-control.
Being beyond self-control.
And in most cases, being beyond self-control also refers to you not being in the driver's seat of boats, ships, buses, taxis, planes, and underground railway systems for that matter. It could also be referring to a story in a book that places the reader into a trance that allows them to travel and experience new beginnings and new worlds by the use of their imagination. This state of being beyond self-control can also be referring to an individual that has been arrested and is serving time in jail, because that is literally a person that's in a state of being beyond their control. According to the National Archives of the UK,
in a state of being beyond self-control. Now, also, hold on. Also, what are they promoting out there today? People out there, as far as listen to it, because I know they're going to be mad if I say something about it. But who else is considering themselves trans? And it's actually a mental state, right? Being beyond self-control, right? Okay. There y'all go. It worked just like that. Work hand in hand.
Transportation has been used as a form of punishment since 1717, Under the Bloody Code, courts were looking for a punishment which was not as extreme as hanging, but tougher than a fine. In the absence of proper prisons, transportation was the answer and was used for over 100 years. In the 18th century, convicts were transported to America. After U.S. independence.
Oh, man. The majority of them got here because of the Bloody Code. Transportation. Being sentenced. That was their punishment. Being sentenced to go to the quote-unquote New World. Yeah, transatlantic.
Answer, and was used for over 100 years. In the 18th century, convicts were transported to America. After U.S. independence in 1776, however, this option was closed and the British government looked for another destination.
And they lied. And they lied straight up after the independence in 1776. And it's still the British government. This is how they lying. Notice how this is the National Archives of the UK. They're lying right now, trying to pretend like they're not all one and the same. They were still bringing them over here.
Yeah, okay. Australia.
See, that's why I say yeah, okay. I know better than that.
And was used for over 100 years. In the 18th century, convicts were transported to America. After U.S. independence in 1776, however, this option was closed and the British government looked for another destination. Yeah, okay. Australia had been mapped and claimed as British territory in 1770, so convicts began to be sent there. From 1787 to 1857, 162,000 British convicts were transported to Australia. 7 out of 8 of these were male. Some were as young as 9 or 10. Some were over 80.
Hold up. Don't that sound familiar? Ellis Island? The majority of them that were coming over here were children. Remember I told you that they were sending their children? Also, another reason why you know it was still the British government in charge is because the 13 colonies were called British America. Okay.
Many political prisoners were transported, including Luddites, Chartists, the Toll Puddle Martyrs, and Irish nationalists.
That's them. That's them.
The incoming foreigners,
the Native
to
American
America
Party,
between the 1700s and the 1900s were considered criminals, or rather peasants, by the countries of origin they were expelled from.
Look at the picture.
And the punishment was to be transported to foreign parts of the world that foreign governments somehow managed to claim ownership of by remote control.
By remote control. And the reason why I'm saying that is because, keep in mind, I also told you that they didn't have cargo ships until the late 1850s, until the late 1850s. So it really started taking place during the time of the steamboats, which was right before the cargo ships. Right before that, they had the steamboats. They were bigger. We're not talking about rowboats, sailboats, skiffs, and wherries. They were too small to be transporting millions of people, basically. We're talking about a realistic time period and when they were able to have images like this be reality. You understand what I'm saying? So we talking about during the time periods of the steamboats. It's that simple. And they were foreigners. I mean, think about it. When did the Chinese get here? When did the Germans get here? When did the Irish get here? When did the Polish get here? When did the Anglo-Saxons, Anglo-Norman, when did they all get here? When did the Native Americans get here? Think about that. Notice how all of them was during that same time period in the mid-1800s. Not at the top of the 1700s, not at the late 1700s, mid-1800s. 1800s. 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 18 Migration. Great migration. We didn't land on Plymouth Rock. The rock was landed on us. Remember, they started Plymouth Colony. This is also in my book, me and my wife's book. It was told in reverse. The Plymouth Colony, Boston, Massachusetts. It was called Plymouth, Massachusetts. Now Boston, Massachusetts. That was one of the main ports. That was, I'm talking about prior to Ellis Island. All you got, and all of this is documented. If I could pull it up, you can pull it up. Don't listen to them and talk. They talking about some records stop at 1850, records stop at 1840. They lying. Because if it stopped around those time periods, then how can you tell us where we came from? Where are those records if they don't exist? How are you able to tell us the story if those records don't exist? Stop fucking lying.
Niggas need to wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up out of your sleep. 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 Sleep.
This also exposes why the U.S. Census utilized the classification free whites on the 1790 census and up until the 1840 census. And the description of these people is also a perfect match.
Now, that also lets you know, free whites. Free, remember when I said back in the past, I said free from what? Free from who? Now you know they were criminals, peasants, prisoners, laborers, slaves. Now you know. The real slaves was them. Straight up. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. The majority of the slaves were them. The only way they became free over here is if they had a job to do. I also show it. Am I doing that in this video? I believe I'm showing it in this video too later on, that they were struggling to get jobs over here because our people didn't want to hire them. Since our people didn't want to hire them, the government created a union. Created their own union, created their jobs. It was like, that's fine. We're going to confiscate those lands that the people want to be Indian givers. Indian givers. We ain't give them nothing to begin with. Well, since they want to be Indian givers, they don't want to share. They go take it by way of paperwork. Look, they line right up, don't it? And they sure did, confiscated the lands. By allowing these foreigners over here to have our last names so it could look like they were a part of our families. Came over here by way of boat. They meeting up with the people right at the dock. Like, okay, your name is going to be. Okay, and here's your last name. That's a part of paper genocide.
With who Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. made reference to during this meeting.
At the very same time that America refused to give the Negro any land, through an act of Congress, our government was giving away millions of acres of land.
He was right.
In the West and the Midwest, which meant that it was willing to.
Don't forget that. And the West and the Midwest, where the Indians go? That was from the East, right? They sent them west of the Mississippi River. And remember, I was pointing out on that map, the majority of that was the Midwest.
Our government was giving away millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest, which meant that it was willing to undergird its white peasants from Europe with an economic floor. Which meant that it was willing to undergird its white peasants from Europe with an economic floor.
In other words, help them out. Since we didn't want to help them out, that's what they were saying, the India giver. The government was, or the union rather, was going to do it for them. So these criminals, peasants, slaves, you see what I'm saying? Servants were helped out by the government. This is what they didn't want Martin Luther King to say. They wanted him to stick to his Christianity belief. Nigga, don't say nothing like that. You go get everybody else riled up with an economic flaw. But not only did,
But not only did they give the land.
What else?
They built land-grant colleges with government money
to teach them how to farm. They built land-grant colleges. Now, these are the these are the colleges that you could look up right now. I'm gonna need me some water right now and see right now that they only had our people to teach them how to farm. Keep in mind, if they were coming from a totally different area, they're not going to know how to farm. But if they hired county agents to further their expertise in farming, who were those county agents? Martin Luther King changed during this time period right here. He realized who he was working for and realized their main agenda. And he turned his back on them. By that time, it was too late. They got rid of him. And you know that was a hit because his whole campaign was what? Being nonviolent. He was trying to calm the people down from being violent. He was the biggest social influence on our people. And he was trying to tell people to do it non-violently. That was the biggest mistake ever. I'm going to be real. Ever. But he was working for it. I'm going to get into that. It's going to be in a different video. I'm going to show you who it was. And they were all tied to the government. And then he got tired of it. Remember, he said that he led his people to a burning house. He was tired of marching. All that stuff was coming out. He was telling the truth, but people just wasn't listening to what he was saying because they were distracted by the fact that he was powerful in his tone. So they was hitting, preach, talk, brother, say it. They weren't listening to him when he was actually telling the truth the entire time. And in the beginning, he was telling the agenda. And he thought it was going to work in our people's favor. He was. Keep in mind, he was young. His father told him to do it. So he thought it was going to work in our people's favor. When he realized over and over and over again, especially Lyndon B. Johnson, wasn't paying them niggas no mind, he changed.
But not only did they give the land, they built land-grant colleges with government money to teach them how to farm. Not only that, they provided county agents to further their expertise in farming. Not only that, they provided low interest rates in order that they could mechanize their farms.
Remember, they raised the prices up on us. This is when they implemented taxes. This is what he's referring to. Lowered it for the foreigners so they could take our land. The majority of our, now I'm going to say about 75% of our ancestors' land was taken by way of taxes. That was the excuse. And they handed it to the foreigners. They told you that it went back to the bank when we never got a loan from the bank anyway. But the bank is a union. So look at it that way. That's a charter. It's a union. So if it went back to the bank or went back to the union, then it went back to the government because that was the only union in existence.
But not only did they give the land, they built land-grant colleges with government money to teach them how to farm. Not only that, they provided county agents to further their expertise in farming. Not only that, they provided low interest rates in order that they could mechanize their farms.
Our farms.
They could mechanize their farms.
Our farms.
Not only that, Today, many of these people are receiving millions of dollars in
federal subsidies not to farm.
Federal subsidies not to farm.
So that means that they were getting their reparations or their what they call them over there on what they call them? They call them not restitutions. They were getting their what is the word? Hold on, it's gonna come to me. Yes, it's a form of welfare. It's gonna come to me.
Grant colleges with government money to teach them how to farm. Not only that, they provided county agents to further their expertise in farming. Not only that, they provided low interest rates in order that they could mechanize their farms. Not only that, today, many of these people are receiving millions of dollars in federal subsidies not to farm, and they are the very people telling the black man that he ought to lift himself by his own bootstraps. And this is what we are faced with, and this is the reality. Now, when we come to Washington in this campaign, we're coming to get our check,
These foreign peasants or criminals of other countries later became who was known as the nativist of the 1850 period that I mentioned earlier in the segment. And they encountered many obstacles while attempting to survive in unfamiliar territories of America, like attempting to validate themselves as residents, for example. Because of the millions of the indigenous Niji already inhabiting Turtle Island and governing themselves just fine, all while controlling the trading system of their crops grown and other useful resources. So prior to these foreigners becoming nativists of America, they needed to quell the raids and revolts of Indian resistance and make new deals with their tribal leaders in order to persuade them into a false hope of equality. Peace treaties were written as promissory notes of the foreigners to the Indians, asking for their agricultural assistance while promising that all men are created equal in return. But it's quite obvious that promise was broken due to the systematic implementation of foreign policies and international laws of foreign countries, and by the use of social engineering experiments, like, for example, making the Indians disappear without having to actually remove them physically. How would you do that, you ask? Well, again, by means of transportation.
So they hit him mentally too. Here go the second part.
Let's begin with a quick reminder of some important factors that are detailed in part 1 of this segment, like the fact that I proved to my viewers where the term Native American derived from and why it was used to describe only incoming foreigners of other countries that adapted nativism as their way of life. I also pointed out that the incoming foreigners between the 1700s and the 1900s were considered criminals, or rather peasants, by the countries of origin they were expelled from, and the punishment was to be transported to foreign parts of the world that foreign governments somehow managed to claim ownership of by remote control.
I was showing the Statue of Liberty because I was letting y'all know then that I was going to have a segment on the Statue of Liberty. If you didn't see that, it's already out right now. But that was their bat signal.
My viewers were also made aware.
We'll keep the light on for you. Come on over here. It's safe for y'all. That's what that was about.
Of the details behind the third largest political party of that time, called the Native American Party, which was in fact organized for the strict purpose to serve as salvation for only particular foreigners of specific countries who believed in only particular religious choices. This was the first use of the term Native American recorded in history. They were
Don't forget that, and I dare you to debunk that.
Set it on fire.
It's up. I say it. This is the first time the term Native American was used in history, referring to a people
named the Know-Nothings by the media. due to not answering questions from the public about the operations and agendas of their secret societies. And notice the use of the plural form of that word, because there were more involved in which I may shed some light upon on a later date.
Yeah.
Keep in mind that the people we see...
So I'm telling you, it's more than one society, okay?
Notice the use of the plural form of that word, because there were more involved in which I may shed some light upon on a later date. Keep in mind that the people we see today are their offsprings, by the way, but let's not jump too far ahead just yet. Getting back to where we left off in part 1 of this segment, making the Indians disappear without having to actually remove them physically was done so by means of transportation. The hidden means of transportation is set
I remember
to influence public perception through mandatory learning curriculums based upon the beliefs of complete strangers by way of their biased manipulative storytelling, in which these stories are conveniently created and cultivated by organizations associated with these same strangers or criminals descending from foreign countries.
Wait a minute. And this is going to be in the book too. Notice how I told y'all that there's 2 different immigrants. One with the I and one with the E. Told you the definitions. Look at this picture. This is another one. This is, I'm probably going to have to do this as an Easter egg. Irish, Russian, Poland, German. He pointing them out. Look, they're coming. They got their bags. They try to come over here to look at Uncle Sam. Or represent personification of the United States. Trying to go back a tad bit.
Created and cultivated by organizations associated with these same strangers.
See what I'm saying?
Or criminals descending from foreign countries. Just think about how often an individual's personal experience absorbs them into a totally different narrative from what they are familiar with. Like, for example, complete strangers that are in formation with writing fairy tales over and over again until you accept it as your factual history, propelling you into a transportation with your eyes open as you assume the characterized role of whatever the strangers presented and deem as your story. Literally.
I like how I said that.
Now, we can all agree that stories have been a form of communication for centuries. And according to an article written for Oxford Research Encyclopedias, published January 25th, 2017, on the topic of transportation theory, it states, quote, oral storytelling allowed for individuals to share and pass down knowledge before written communication was widespread. And even today, stories are a central part of interpersonal and mass communication. One important function of stories is to persuade. Individuals' attitudes and beliefs can be shaped by the stories they hear.
See there?
Narrative transportation refers to the experience and feeling of being so absorbed in a story that connection to the real world is lost for some time.
This is the reason why people are not willing to accept the fact that I debunked Harriet Tubman, Nat Turner. They were so absorbed into the story. Same thing with, yes, I'm glad you brought that up. The transatlantic slave trade story, that's another one. The fact that, you know, the out of Africa theory, all this stuff that they were giving us and I've been debunking for years. So many people are so absorbed in those stories. They're not even willing to go check and see if evidence actually exists. Instead, they go tell you, well, no, it was in this book. Well, no, I was taught that in school. No, but what about the first-hand accounts from slaves? And they can literally crack this stuff up and give it to you and tell you that it's real. But they're more creditable somehow? What? Tell me. How did you give them that credibility? What did they do to deserve that credibility? Oh, they went to college? They went to a university? They got their degree To what degree have they been indoctrinated? What makes them more credible? Oh, well, I mean, it was peer reviewed by multiple other people that agree with the same ideology, philosophy. Is that why? Is that why you holding them up high? Or are you holding them up high as far as credibility is concerned by way of their skin tone? Yeah, they doing it in repetition. They saying it over and over and over and over and over again until they actually believe it to be true, because they heard it over and over and over again. This is the reason why the people that we call Africans that come over here, we talk about the transatlantic slave trade story. They never heard of that before. They like, what are you talking about? They never heard of it. That story wasn't passed down to them. That story wasn't even told to their ancestors. So you know something is wrong with that. Why are we teaching them their story? The same reason why they were teaching us ours, referring to the foreigners when I say they. How is that even feasible? How do we allow that to happen? We're too absorbed in it. That's another term for indoctrination. Information that we can't even question. Information given to that, one-sided information at that. Uncritically. We can't ask a question about this stuff. We can't question this at all. And then people turn around and turn their nose up. Dane, you shouldn't question that. What are you talking about? He's a dummy. He's a fool. All these names just because I'm questioning it and putting it up. Like, wait a minute, y'all. It's not real. It's actually a fairy tale. Literally. A fairy tale. Folk tale. It's a story. It's fictional. It's not real. But they mad at the people that question everything. That's right, R. Rogers. They mad at the people that question everything. They call us crazy. I take that as a compliment. You call me crazy, I take that as a compliment. That means I'm doing something right. I know I'm doing something right. Because you basing your stuff or what you know off of a theory. A transportation theory. At that. Something that cannot be proven. But you're so absorbed. You're in a trance so deep that you think it's your actual reality. Absorbed in a story, that connection to the real world is lost for some time. Look at that. Look at how deep this gets. By the way, look how I put the TP in the back. Because that's the story they gave to you. They told you that the real Indians were in teepees. That's a lie. That's a lie. All right.
Transported recipients may lose access to real-world knowledge, making them susceptible and more likely to adapt their real-world beliefs and behaviors to be more consistent with the story to which they are exposed.
Now, what that sound like? That sound like them pan goofies, them pro goofies out there. That sound like the so-called ones that's, I'm talking about the Native Americans that are against me. Now, it ain't all of them. But the ones, that this is what happened. Our stories are passed down. And y'all just recently got tied to the government? Fighting for recognition from the government? You fighting for recognition from the government. You fighting for their recognition. Like you don't know who you are. But no, it's more creditable since the government said who you are. As long as you align to what the stories they create. Is that what this is? And that's how you become federally recognized? And then you got to stick to that story? You don't see no way out, do you? Because there ain't none. As long as you tied to them, as far as foreigners are concerned. Foreign entity, foreign government. A government is not supposed to be ruling the people. That's not what this is about. We could take care of ourselves. We could rule ourselves. We don't need that. We got to make some changes. Gotta make some changes. That's all I'm saying.
Transportation theory suggests several mechanisms to explain this phenomenon, including reduced counter-arguing, connections with characters, heightened perceptions of realism, the formation of vivid mental imagery, and emotional engagement.
Wow. Wow. I'm gonna let this sink in for a second. Woo! That don't sound like indoctrination to y'all? And look how they doing it, each angle. Here it is. And it won't ever fail. This is how they making it happen. That's that transportation theory. Here it is. Then they get mad when you tell them this stuff. No, what I'm saying is true. And they ain't even prove it. No evidence whatsoever. And then they try to do the quick research, which is not even research, but that's what they put you in a trance to believe that you can only simply Google something and they tell you the truth. Whatever on Wikipedia is the truth. Dane don't know what he talking about. Oh man, and they wouldn't even pick up the article from Oxford Research Encyclopedias. If it ain't in Google, they gonna be like, well, what's that? He making that up. When they can literally type this in. Because I'm giving them my resources. Excuse me, I'm giving them my sources. No, he don't say his source. No, he don't be fighting like little children over one toy that they both want. They fighting amongst themselves. Yeah, Google scholars. It's hilarious to me, but it still actually is really not funny for real at the same time. That just goes to show you how much work has been put in to allow people to be dropped into a trance to formulate their reality by way of imagery, vivid imagination, emotional engagement. So you're attached to it. Oh, the heightened perceptions of realism. Add in a few pieces that's true. So you could be like, well, it's true because water rised. Stuff like that. Connections with characters. Well, even if Harriet Tubman ain't true, I mean, she killed people. So we got to put her up. I mean, well, she helped people. We got to put her up high. And the killing was the Nat Turner. That's what I meant to say. Nat Turner killed people. Harriet Tubman helped people. Connections with characters now. Characters. Including reduced counter-arguing. Don't argue with me. Don't ask me no question now. This is the truth. Save your questions until the end of the lesson. I don't want to hear that. Put your hand down, Dane. Put your hand down. Always got some damn question. Wait till I finish it. And by the time the lesson over with, you forget what you had to say. By that time, you forget your question. So that's including reduced counter-arguing. It's that simple. They doing this in school. They doing it out of school. It's carrying over. It's carrying over. So if they doing it to you where you are as children, you gonna carry that over with you as an adult. That's how bad it get. DJ Perkadelic, thank you for the donation. Shirley Salone, thank you for being a member for 17 months. Excuse me, 7 months. I appreciate that. Delilah, thank you. Thank you for doubling up right there, sis. I appreciate that. Thank you for your donation, sister. Thank you for being generous. There we go.
End quote. So in other words, the further you are away from reality, the more difficult it becomes to determine what is real from what is virtual real.
Woo, I love this part. I love this part. I remember this writing. Hold on. By the way, y'all know I write my stuff down when I do it in documentary format, but I remember this. I called my wife. Should I get this? But I called my wife like, listen, fool, listen to what I wrote. Listen. All right, hold on. Let me let it go. I'm smiling. Let me let it go. Hold on.
So in other words, the further you are away from reality, the more difficult it becomes to determine what is real from what is virtual real.
Watch.
Which is more commonly pronounced as virtual.
Whoop!
According to the 5th edition of the American Heritage Dictionary of the English language, the word ver means a male person, a man, or husband. The word virtual is defined as having the essence or effect of, but not the appearance or form of.
Okay.
Listen closely. The word virtual is used to determine when something only exists in the mind, especially as a product of imagination. And we know this to be true because, for example, a virtual reality game is based on computer software programming that enables a user to play a simulation of life, meaning that it's not real.
AI? Artificial intelligence?
So, since the word virtual is used in a masculine manner, the phrase virtual reality is another way of saying man-made reality.
That boy cold. Woo! That boy cold, girl. All right. Okay. I just love this part. Y'all know all right. Okay. Y'all don't understand. This was my part right here.
Since the word virtual is used in a masculine manner, the phrase virtual reality is another way of saying man-made reality, which allows the participant to lose access or connection with the real world. The article goes on to state that this experience is a key mechanism underlying narrative influence on recipients' attitudes and beliefs.
See there?
Particularly in combination with enjoyment and character
identification. See, now you know it's crafted for you. Straight up. They just handed it to you. If it's going to influence recipients' attitudes and beliefs, particularly in combination with enjoyment and character identification, think about that. You get an enjoyment that you can identify with that character. Well, I can relate to that person. It's real. It's real. No. And that's adjusting your attitude, adjusting your belief. Right there. You know how, I ain't gonna say that it's scary, but in a way it is, because this is what AI is moving towards in a way. And I mean, but I'm talking about transportation theory as far as the indoctrination process on our people and other people, all people rather. But look at look at the direction that it's going now. Okay. So it's going from movies and books and stuff like that they put in front of you visually, but another step to the virtual visuals that they're giving you now is AI. And if the AI could act as if they are real, speak as if they are real, look as if they are real, who are they going to affect sooner or later into believing that they are real? It will be the next generations to come. The next generations and that's, I ain't gonna lie, that's not a good look. You would think that stuff is real. Well, as far as the next generations would think that it's real, because they will be brought up. See, this is the reason why we gotta stop this type of stuff. They will be brought up inside of these schools, given these stories, crafted by strangers, repeated over and over and over, until they know for a fact in their mind that that's true, what was given to them. But literally, they don't know that for a fact. They know it based off of opinion. But they're not looking at their opinion as a fact. This is the reason why I said there's a difference between truth and fact. A fact is based off of somebody else's opinion. When in turn, truth makes more logical sense. This is deep because that's an attack not only on us, but our children. We gotta, I'm telling you, gotta stop it.
I'll give you an example of this combination of enjoyment and character identification, like Harriet Tubman and Nat Turner, for instance, which are both heavily campaigned fictional stories that were narratively transported through acts of Congress into a particular generation's reality by way of indoctrinating school curriculums following orders of the government. So now you may be asking, how does one become transported? Transportation can occur in written, spoken audio, and visual narrative, and can result from both fictional and non-fictional narrative. In addition, traditional forms such as novels and short stories, narrative structure is also used as a tool for a variety of communication domains, including entertainment, like television series, movies, and video games, health education, like health interventions and educational programs, and advertising, like campaigns and commercials.
And now we gotta add AI, because that was done in 2017. We gotta add AI to this.
How do you tell a child that Santa Claus is just a myth, the tooth fairy does not exist, or that a bunny and its eggs have no correlation with the story of Easter Sunday? What if that child grows into their adulthood believing these fairy tales? Are the parents to blame for sharing blatant lies with their children? Is lying to children a part of developing their mental capabilities? And once that child becomes an adult with their own children, is it still okay to continuously spread those same lies?
Wow.
This social engineering tactic is traditionally utilized by the anonymous writers of American history, along with the dictators of the American educational system, in order to provide the needy, whether child or adult, a false hope and a false hero or heroine, manipulating their minds to consent to be controlled, and blinded from it all due to the enjoyment of identifying with these characters that strangers have created. What's noteworthy here is how all of this truly affects the children as students in compulsory educational institutions,
teaching them TPs.
And this fact can be identified as true even today. For example, the story of
the picture. Look at that. I like that. Hold on, wait a minute. Good grief.
Of the transatlantic systematically.
Those are cross symbols. What's the name of that video? 1 + 1 = 3. Look at that thumbnail. I was talking about the true definition of the Holy Cross.
And this fact can be identified
and within holding down the brain
as true.
That's very
even
deep.
Today. For example, the story of the transatlantic slave trade being used as part of school curriculums only, and not a factual story that was traditionally passed down by knowledgeable elder members of our families or tribes.
Right.
You're a Negro.
No.
I am your teacher. You are a Negro.
No.
Suppose I threatened to beat you, what would you say? Aren't you a Negro now?
No.
What are you?
I'm black and beautiful.
What is your nationality?
My nationality is Afro-American.
Suppose I had...
And what's so sad about this, hold on, this part right here, basically the teacher is installing in him that he's black and beautiful and his nationality is Afro-American. And what's sad about this is that look at how young this child is, number one. Number two, does the parents know that this is being done in school? You're sending, and this is unfortunate, y'all. This is not this is not even funny. You're sending your children off to school, to strangers. in order for them to, you know, that's what they think, that they're receiving some form of a higher learning. But if you turn around and actually look at what they're teaching the children and forcing it on them, is it for the better good of that individual, of the child? Is it for the better good of that child? I mean, yeah, of course you get to learn the basics, like, I mean, math and science, and I mean, it's not really things that you normally use on a daily basis, not all the time. Let's be real here. But at the same time, what is this? Why is this being taught in school and not at home? Why are you teaching a 5-year-old about nationality? Does that person know? Does this child know what a nationality is? No, but if you do it in a repetitive state, the child is the mind of the child is being programmed to believe that that's who they are. 1, 2. When they get older and when they find out what nationality is, they're automatically going to go to, oh no, well, I'm African American. I'm black and I'm beautiful. And then who's to blame at that point? Is it the parents or the teachers or both? Or is it society in general? And that's programming right here. This is programming. And this was happening, and it's unfortunate, you know, and I gotta share this type of stuff because this is what it was happening, and he wasn't the only one. No, so he wasn't only doing this just to this little boy here. It was the whole class. So he doing it individually. So that's another part of repetition. He doing it to each child. When we're not black, nor are we Afro-American. Nor are we Afro-American. And he is of color, or Niji. And he thinks this is the right thing to do. Who told him that? Was it a form of transportation theory, where he was dropped in this particular trance to believe with emotion that this is the way we should all identify ourselves as? Of course. He had to go through the same training in school, right? So, of course, the teacher is going to only pass down what they were taught to do. And they call that, you know, a curriculum. But that transportation theory is technically indoctrination. You're indoctrinating these children. Keep in mind, the teacher is a personification of a parent. You got to respect the teacher just like how you got to respect your mother and father, or respect people in general. So they're not going to overstep their boundaries. They're going to listen to what that individual is telling them and feel as though it's the truth, because that person's an adult and this little boy is a child. And this is how the minds of generations are being manipulated. They do it to the children first, so the children could grow up to be the way this teacher is, to pass it on again to the next generation. We got to break this cycle. We got to break this cycle. This is not good at all. There's nothing good in this. And again, Afro-American is not even a nationality, so he was lying to begin with. What do you mean black is beautiful when your skin complexion is a different shade of the color brown? How is black beautiful when you can't see it? Because if you cut all the lights out and you only see black, you only see darkness. How is that beautiful? So if I come in your face or drop a flashbang on you and all you see is white and you can't see, is that beautiful too? Their absence of color. So what are you referring to when you say black is beautiful and teaching his child that? Because that's not even his skin complexion nor yours. Why don't you instead say you are beautiful versus the term black being beautiful? Yeah, that's why, and that's another way that you can see that black is white and white is black. You know, but but black makes all the colors or whatever y'all want to say. If this wasn't always about color, then what was it? Because if we're referring to ourselves as black by way of skin complexion, it has been debunked. We are nowhere near the color black at all in skin complexion. Black is a status. He is embedding into this child that the status of being black is beautiful. But how is that? When historically, since the term black had a derogatory meaning in the beginning, when did it turn to greatness? Remember, I showed you that the older gentlemen who were born in the 50s indicated that the term black was always derogatory. That was fighting words. So who said that no, we're going to use it for good now? Who said that? To the point where it got inside of the school system to teach other children that? When you hear the word black, think good. When it always meant bad. When you hear the word nigga, think good. When it was always bad. These words were being used in a derogatory sense at first, as far as their origin. And now it's all good? How? You're dropped in a trance to think that, right? Going right back to transportation theory. You were dropped in a trance, walking zombies, thinking that this is cool. This is the way it should go. And look at the hidden meaning. The word nigger came from the word niggerly, meaning an extremely stingy person, Indian giver, not willing to share. So of course they were talking about you, but that doesn't make it true. But what does ring out from what I just told you was that the fact that we were willing to help our people out. Once again, a part of segregation. We were segregated first. That's why they had to desegregate, because they had an agenda. We were sharing amongst our own. And y'all talking about right now, spread the wealth of the black dollar, when that don't even exist, when the dollar's green and always has been. There's no such thing as black dollar. There's no such thing as black power. Where's the evidence of it? Where was the power? And I'm going to go one further. There's no such thing as black excellence when this is happening. It's more like black acceptance is what you should be saying. And you're doing excellent. You're doing an excellent job of indoctrinating the next generation. Sometimes I got to give it to you raw. I don't care if you don't like that. You get mad. You want to unsubscribe. Bye-bye. Because this is the truth, and I don't care if you don't like it or not. I'm going to tell it to you. Because some of y'all fools are still allowing this to happen. And you don't think that I'm talking about the problems and giving the solutions at the same time? Like this stuff don't make logical sense to you? Well, you wanted to make it, you wanted to be common sense, right? What's commonly known. But if they tell you to think outside the box, that means you don't go the common route. It will be unorthodox. Thinking outside of the box is you letting go everything that you were ever told. You question everything that you were ever told. Thinking outside of the box allows you to create your own ideas, allows you to excel in many other aspects in your life. This is how people become successful. Then the real excellence comes about. Because black excellence won't exist when the so-called blacks are still suppressed by their so-called superiors, or oppressed by their so-called superiors. Who told him to do this? And the solutions to these issues is very simple. We do the total opposite. Get rid of this. Look how simple that is. Do the total opposite. Get rid of it. They did some type of psychological trans on you, then reverse it. Put it back on them. This is the reason why certain teachers, this is not for all teachers here, but certain teachers don't like you to question them. They don't like the reverse done to them. That means they have something to hide. It could be something, it could be they don't know a particular thing and don't want to admit it. They just want to continuously sound like they are intelligent enough to know everything when nobody knows everything. Or they feel entitled in their position and don't want to feel less than. It's the character that they identify with. That character could be a title. Like a lot of people take pride in their titles. Police officers doing police brutality, right? For example, taking pride in their title too seriously. Identifying with the character that they create mentally and going overboard with it. Same thing with teachers. Same thing with politicians. Same thing with governors, mayors. They get deep. You can start naming them. But we know for a fact that this is incorrect. What he's teaching this young child is royally incorrect and working against him. Because if he becomes an adult, in which he did, and regurgitates that same information that he was taught by this gentleman here, that spreads the curse of transportation theory amongst our generations of our population. This got to stop. This is sad. I'm gonna let it play.
No.
What are you?
I'm black and beautiful.
What is your nationality?
My nationality.
I threatened to beat you.
Then what if why is he talking to him like that? What if I threaten to beat you? Why is he talking to him like that? Remember, they got to insert some type of fear into you also to make sure that you will straighten up and fly right, no matter the scenario that he's given him. But that shouldn't even be a thing inside of a classroom. What if I threaten to beat you? That shouldn't even be a thing. If you threaten to beat my child, boy, you gonna find yourself for 6 feet underground. You hear me? 6 feet.
You're a Negro.
No.
I am your teacher. You are a Negro.
No.
Suppose I threatened to beat you, what would you say? Aren't you a Negro now?
No.
But see, he's assuming that he's familiar with that type of talk due to what he feel as though the parents are teaching their children. If they don't listen, they're going to beat them. So just let it slip up, off his tongue. Well, what if I threaten to beat you? Even though he's giving an example, but I mean, with him being 5'6", he's giving him something that he could be familiar with. So he's assuming that's what's happening inside of the home based off of what he knows. It get deep.
I'm black and beautiful.
What is your nationality?
My nationality is Afro-American.
Suppose I had some money in my pocket. Suppose I gave you $1 to say that you're an American Negro. This is money now. Money talks. Money talks. This $1. And if you don't say it, you don't get it. You're an American Negro, aren't you?
No.
You won't have any money. You know you need money, don't you?
Yeah.
You need money to live, don't you?
Yeah.
All right. All you have to say, Leon, is that you're an American Negro. Aren't you an American Negro? Are you an American Negro?
He struggled because he gave the child pain. He made him think about pain, fear of not having something. He put him in a hot predicament. So that's why the child struggled. This is programming, 101.
No.
What are you?
I'm black and beautiful.
What's your nationality?
My nationality is Afro-American.
Very good, man. Keep it up. Go sit down. You had to think about that a minute, didn't you?
Yeah.
All right. All right, everybody. What is your nationality?
My nationality is Afro-American.
The whole class. He got the whole class
as
saying
the
that.
American Negro Indian, or rather the indigenous Niji, assumes.
Look, matter of fact, I'm telling you, if y'all could prove that our nationality is Afro-American right now, I put up $1,000 to anybody that could prove that our nationality is Afro-American. I'm on record stating it.
New role and a new title. Then a new character is created, and this character is portrayed by the Native American. It is a foreigner that is presumed to know nothing, devoid of his or her true culture, heritage, traditions, and history. The image shown of the Native American is one of fiction. A Native American is a naturalized citizen of America, an immigrant who now replaces the original. And the creation of this character began just the same as with the other characters.
The Chinese painted the picture? Whoa. What? He painted the picture?
That is presumed to know nothing.
Not the Asian.
Devoid of his or her true culture, heritage, traditions, and history. The image shown of the Native American is one of fiction.
It's one of fiction.
A Native American is a naturalized citizen of America, an immigrant who now replaces the original. And the creation of this
So the Asian know what a Native American look. Oh man.
Character began just the same as with the other characters, which have been created to assume the identity of the American Indian with political affiliation. Because only you can ultimately decide which form of politics you're going to affiliate yourself with. Whether it's being politically correct, for example, when you consent to terminology strangers choose to use to describe you, or which eye of the snake of flashing light parties you choose to be amazed by.
Democrat or Republican.
You make kind of a provocative comment in your new book here, Mug, and I think it's on page 151. You write that various groups, feminist, gay rights groups, and those who are defending immigrants have commandeered the black civil rights experience.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Yes, I'm glad you asked that because I think it's one of the most important points of the book. I mean, I think the way liberals have treated blacks like children and many of their policies have been harmful to blacks. At least they got the beneficiary group right. We do have to, I mean, we shouldn't. There is the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow laws. We don't owe the homeless. We don't owe feminists. We don't owe women who are desirous of having abortions, but that's, or gays who want to get married to one another. That's what civil rights has become for much of the left. They dropped the blacks after 5 minutes.
And she's not lying, because that's exactly what happened. If you look at the timeline, that's exactly what happened. And these particular people that she just mentioned got way more civil rights than us. She was right on target.
Civil rights are not civil rights?
No, I think civil rights are for blacks.
See, this is essentially the problem, and the Republicans don't understand.
What have we done to the immigrants? We owe black people something. We have a legacy of slavery. Immigrants haven't even been in this country.
But you see, most of us are either immigrants or are the descendants of immigrants, and we understand that not everybody, there are Native Americans in, but we understand in this country, we understand in this
See, they admit it. Certain people are going to admit that they came from another continent. It's not a game.
I get a lot of criticism for this, but I want the people to know the truth about the Navajos and what they're trying to do to my people. Even back then, the Navajo nations are friends and allies with American government, and they're not the true Hopi people, native peoples on this continent. They're just a mixture of the Eskimos or they came down from the north, the Bering Strait. Woo. And they came and they, scavenged off the tribes that were already here.
Woo! Then, during the early to mid 1900s,
some of them gonna tell the truth now. Some of them gonna tell the truth. They gonna keep it real. And shout out to you. I'm for you, brother, sister. If you gonna keep it real, I'm for you. No matter what.
Support was growing for the indigenous Niji of America to have the right to determine, only because there was a lot of pushback the government received from Indians who were rejecting their form of citizenship. For example, in a letter addressed to then President Calvin Coolidge by Indians of the Six Nation Confederacy, it states, quote, "To our white brother, we the Indians of the Onondaga tribe of the Six Nation Confederacy of New York State, after giving due consideration to the Snyder Bill, which was presented in the U.S. Senate in June 1924, in which the Snyder Bill dwells on the subject of the future and immediate destiny of the Indians as a whole who now reside on reservations in the state of New York, and who in general and collectively speaking are not in any way capable of taking up the responsibilities of citizenship, such as which the aforesaid Snyder Bill is designed to enforce on the Indians." The term Indians is used in this case as meant all of the Indian inhabitants who reside on the present reservations of today, the young and the old, the educated and the common, the middle-aged class and the younger generation to whom the Snyder Bill was a weapon of destruction and misery, and which Snyder Bill is aimed at Indians' general welfare. And last but not least, the Indians' last but remaining remnant of the gift of our white brethren, his freedom.
So they were giving up to the government. 1924.
End quote. So, since
that's not what we wanted though.
Were refusing
but those that
to
took
become
our place
citizens
did that.
The entire lifespan
1924.
of this government's existence during this time period, The Snyder Bill was created in the early 1920s in order to forcefully make any child born to an American Indian a U.S. citizen with no way out of it. This Snyder Bill is referring to the Indian Citizenship Act of 1924. On the date of June 2nd, 1924, an act to authorize the Secretary of the Interior to issue certificates of citizenship to Indians was approved, stating, quote,
hold on. I mean, I am going to go into this, but remember I showed you earlier in this live stream, they didn't have certificate. Oh. Wait, so in 1924, they issued certificates of citizenship to Indians. Then who are they referring to? Watch.
That all non-citizen
and if they just got their birth certificates and stuff like that in 2016, so who is this?
Indians born within the territorial limits of the United States be, and they are hereby declared to be citizens of the United States, provided that the granting of such citizenship shall not in any manner impair or otherwise affect the right of any Indian to tribal or other property.
Oh yeah, that's.
And before I go any further,
did I go into
the
it?
Snyder Bill says, quote, the Secretary of Interior to issue certificates of citizenship to Indians. So if they actually issued out these certificates of citizenship to the Indians, then Indians would have physical copies of this document, right? Especially when the rumor has it that birth certificates are allegedly the proof of U.S. citizenship, right?
See, now you see where I'm getting at.
And also, the term Indian was used in this bill and not Native. And this all took place during the same year the Racial Integrity Act was passed that forcefully changed Indians to coloreds. So by the process of elimination, we can easily determine who has these birth certificates and who doesn't.
Woo! Oh! Stop. Nope. Right there. We're going to stop right there. We're going to stop right there. 5 hours, I hit a record. Hit a record right there. I appreciate y'all. We'll pick it back up. I might even go live again tomorrow. Probably at 6 o'clock Eastern time. I'll go live again tomorrow. Touch on another part of the subject. I'll do it. I think that was a good one to end it at. Just to let you know. Again, let me refresh your memory of the end of this. And then I'll do it again during the live stream just in case people missed it. But at the same time, I showed you earlier, hours earlier in this live stream, that they did not receive their birth certificates, the Native Americans, until 2016. So, if they received their, birth certificates in 2016, and they were supposed to be issuing certificates to the Indians in 1924, during the same time of the Racial Integrity Act, switching them around as far as identification, then who are they referring to, y'all? Who are the ones that got the certificates? Right now. And if you don't believe me, ask the elders of your family members who are still with us. Ask them, when did they receive their birth certificate? And you're going to know the truth. I dare you. But it's us, y'all. It's us. They're referring to us. Not them. Notice how they didn't use the term Native. Couldn't. That wasn't even around then. I love y'all. We keeping our heads up high. Y'all keep doing well. I'm going to see you all tomorrow. I love you all. Thank you all for showing up and showing out. You all have a good evening. I'll see you. Wado.
I'm just here to make you think.